What is up, everybody? Welcome to my second stream of the day. I'm just going crazy today, folks, trying out this whole can you stream remotely in the era of 5G and actually get things going through. So I've been wanting to review this awesome interview that Theology Unleashed did. I think like a month ago or so. It's fantastic. I was listening to a guy who's not a Christian, not an ID advocate, not a theist of any kind, talking about how ridiculous academia has become in relation to science and how it's almost become a religion. And I thought, man, how often do we hear people that are the personification of what is being discussed in this interview? And I said, man, I have got to do a review. So for those of you who were around earlier for my impromptu stream in the afternoon, so I'm now not on my phone. I am remote. I'm actually in my car right now, but I'm not on my phone with the Bluetooth headset. I actually got my laptop, and I'm using a different headset I can plug into my laptop remotely. But I am connected to my phone mobile hotspot here, and it's amazing, folks. I'm getting the max in the spot where I'm in Centennial Park here in Nashville right now, and earlier I got almost 300 megabits per second download and like 70 megabits per second upload on my phone. Then when I connected my computer to it, I was getting like, well over 100 megabits per second download and 60 upload. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that this will work, because if it does, instead of just like having to or needing to record like street interviews and stuff like that, I might actually be able to do live stream interviews here in Centennial Park, which I think would be freaking awesome. So what I'm thinking about doing is, because I got like a pop-up tent and stuff, I'm thinking about having some banners printed up that I can put on stakes, and have like a little table, my little pop-up thing, and have stuff like, because I have some other signs already created to go on an A-frame that I've got. But I think I can have that, and then maybe like a couple big banners to draw attention here in Centennial Park, and like, join the conversation, join the debate, that kind of thing. Because tons of people are walking through Centennial Park all the time here in Nashville. A bunch of tourists, because there's a replica of the Parthenon from Greece. It's actually a full-scale replica. It's pretty awesome. And so I'm thinking it would be pretty epic to have, like the backdrop of a live stream be a full-scale replica of Centennial Park, or sorry, of the Greek Parthenon here in Centennial Park. I think that would be pretty epic. And you'll get a couple of cameras. I have a couple cameras, but set up a couple different cameras up so that people are being able to see a pretty cool view, and have like one faced on me, one faced on the person I'd be just having a discussion with, and then another camera feed crank up the park itself, which I think would be pretty epic. So, folks, let me know if you think that'd be interesting. Hey, Alosha, yes, I've actually been. That's kind of what I've been thinking. The Change My Mind series from Crowder is kind of what inspired me to start thinking about doing this and looking into what would be necessary. I started buying some of the assets. As those of you know, I thank him all the time, but Doki donated some money like a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago now, and just out of nowhere, I got a notification from PayPal that Doki had dropped me some change, and I said, well, I got no excuse, so I bought a handheld mic, and I got some two GoPros, and a couple other things. So I really appreciate his support, and like I said, I use that capital to. I bought I already had the A-frame, like actual A-frame itself, but I designed up some signs for different topics, had those printed up. So like I said, thank you so much, Doki and everybody else, all the members, for supporting the channel and not really giving me an excuse to not go and buy some of those assets and be able to do this. And like I said, now that the weather is still hot, but not just incredibly blistering, I'm thinking that it would be interesting to set this stuff up, because like I said, I'm trying to do some I've been doing some interviews on some other stuff, but I think this would be very interesting to do in an awesome spot. But anyway, okay, so let me get into the review here, but real quick, let me give some shout outs. We got Hurricane Havoc in the house, the one and only Redefined Living, Andrew Kaufman, what's the takeaway? Man, I got so many members now. Doki himself, Redeemed is here, the one and only George Bond. What's up, George? How are you, sir? Did I already shout out Andrew Coffin? If I didn't, Andrew, you're getting double shout outs. Who else we got in here? I saw some other folks here a minute ago. I think I saw Ghost was in the house. Yep, Gangster Ghost is there. What's going on, man? Okay, so this interview that we're about to review, totally awesome. And the whole point of it was when science becomes religion. And, the conversation these guys have, phenomenal. But like I said, as you listen to this, just think about how many times you have heard these things, these talking points, and this action from individuals who are in academia or those who like have full-scale trust in academia and quote unquote consensus. You don't have consensus, folks. It's crazy. What's up, Hurricane and Caleb? What's going on, Caleb? How you doing? Hope you're having a good night, and hopefully you will find this review interesting if you're old enough to listen and understand. If you're not, I hope you behave for Hurricane, and it's a good time listening in. Okay, here we go. Without further ado, I think I got the right spot where Theology Unleashed is kind of giving a little background into what he's doing and why they're having this conversation, and then they really dive into it. So, what's up, Ray? How you doing? Okay, here we go. Let's rock and roll.
When science becomes a religion. Edward, thanks for coming on.
How do you do? Hello, thank you for having me.
So perhaps we could start. You could just say a bit about yourself in case anyone hasn't seen your work before.
Yeah, okay. So I'm Ed Dutton, and I'm a researcher, independent researcher and writer, and I have an internet channel called Jolly Heretic, where I discuss the kind of science that is increasingly expunged from our increasingly neo-religious universities, and I've written various books on all kinds of subjects, on evolutionary psychology, on religion, on nationalism, on various topics.
Cool. So one of the topics I've been wanting to do for a while, and I've tried to reach out to various guests on this, and I guess people are nervous or don't agree with this line of reasoning. But I mean, as a Hare Krishna, many of us don't believe in evolution. And of course, you may believe in evolution, but that's not the topic today. But often you'll hear atheists give this argument, oh, evolution is true because all the scientists agree, or at least most of them agree, so it must be true. And that reads like a religious argument. And, of course, the idea is
it is a religious argument, yes. So the idea that I would distinguish between what I would call genuine scientists and what I would call I love scientists. So you have the I love science crowd, these people, and not normally sort of urban elite types that I love science, and those two things are quite separate. I think we can conceive of the priestly cycle of science, or of the priestly cycle of universities, whereby science in the traditional Aristotelian sense, in the sense of genuinely wanting to make sense of the world, and thus having a questioning attitude towards everything, is produced by what we might call genius types. And those geniuses tend to be characterized by outlier high intelligence, combined with moderately sort of psychopathic traits, which mean, and also with very high openness, which is that you're interested in ideas and you're open to new ideas, and you're fascinated by making sense by just ideas, by possibilities. And those kinds of people generate new ideas because they question the status quo. And it's only by questioning the status quo that we can come to a more nuanced and accurate understanding of the nature of the world.
So I thought that point he just made there about the questioning of the status quo is rather fascinating, because what do we hear all the time, folks? Like, well, the consensus is X. I trust the consensus, therefore anybody who challenges the consensus is wrong. Now, what's funny about this to me is that Dutton recognizes this issue, but he still holds to the consensus on evolution, which is funny. But I would wager he's probably one of those individuals in academia that we run into all the time who think that something like evolution is just a undeniable fact, didn't actually go and look at the root assumptions for himself. And if he did, I mean, it's kind of interesting, like for those of you who read Michael Behe's first book, I think it's Darwin's Black Box, when he talks about how, as a young researcher himself, when he actually went and looked at some of the assumptions for like abiogenesis and other things, and things in evolutionary theory, he realized, like, wait a minute, this paper that I thought, confirmed, insert whatever the foundational premise was, beyond all doubt, I went and actually read the paper and found out that in the paper, they didn't actually validate it. or they quoted something else. So I went and found that paper, and then found out that in that paper, the researchers hadn't actually proven X. And he found this over and over again, and then it suddenly began to, the whole house of cards began to collapse for him. And he was like, wait a second, right? So I'm wondering in this context if Dutton is in that same camp, but in his favor in relation to this whole overarching point of, people everywhere are just saying, nope, not going to even challenge the consensus. Anybody who does is somehow denying science itself. Like, I mean, have you thought this through, folks? The whole point of science is to investigate, to utilize one's intellect, to consider positions and identify failures or fallacies or things that have not actually been substantiated, and then determine whether or not the end conclusion is correct. And if no, to look for something that is better or more substantive than the earlier supposition. So it's amazing. What's up, GWJ? How you doing? Hope you are having a good night. Thanks for joining us. And Dan, what's up, Dan? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. All right. So before I go on too long of a ramble here, let's get back to these guys. Oh, and don't forget, make sure you let me know how the audio is coming through, if the microphone volumes are correct. And I've noticed some things with the past couple streams that when I first start talking, like the mics are coming in like super high, and then it's like auto adjusting. I've tried to modify that. So let me know if when I first start talking, if there's like a real spike in the volume or if it's coming through at a normal level.
But the problem is that lots of people are heavily invested in the status quo. And so therefore they become very, very upset by it, by anything that rocks the boat. And so that's why these geniuses have to have these sort of personality types. If they have outlier high intelligence, this tends to correlate with basically autistic traits. And people that are autistic are obsessed with systematizing, and thus to a certain extent with knowing the truth about the world. And they lack social skill, they lack empathy. And so this means that they either don't understand that their ideas are going to offend people, or if they are high in psychopathic or in moderately psychopathic traits, which the research indicates these geniuses are, then they don't care. And also if they're low in or slightly low in conscientiousness, which is impulse control and rule following, then they will think outside the box. They will be able to think things that for most people are literally unthinkable. And therefore they will be able to generate these fascinating new ideas that rock the boat and that make sense of the world in a new and more accurate way. And so that's the genius type. And you've got to distinguish between that type and the I love scientist, we can call them, or the head girl type. I think the head girl at schools. I guess you have these in New Zealand as well. We do in the UK at girls' schools, the head girl. You know what I mean? So Chris Lilly, and he has this character Jemay. You know what I mean? Yeah, like that. And those people are very different. They are highly intelligent, but within the normal range, which is different from being outlier high intelligent. And they are very high in agreeableness and high in conscientiousness. And so this means that they are they are highly rule following, and they don't like rocking the boat. And that kind of high intelligence is associated with taking on the current, understanding what the current dominant worldview is, coming up with ways of forcing yourself to conform to it. And then signaling your conformity to it as a means of attaining social status, basically high status beliefs. And the scientist, the normal incrementalist scientist, as opposed to the genius type, he's very different. He has intelligence within the normal range that is high, plus high conscientiousness and relatively high agreeableness. So those people are very different. And it's those kinds of people, they are not attracted to science really because they want to understand the nature of the world. They are attracted to science to the extent that science gives you power, gives you prestige, gives you social status. And so you end up with this kind of priestly cycle of universities whereby they are established by genius types that come up with fantastic world-moving sort of stuff. They establish the universities. The universities then have a certain prestige because of their association with genius. The universities then attract the head girls or the I love science types. They put things such as power and status and whatever above the pursuit of truth, because sometimes those things conflict, because if truth can offend and offend vested interests. And they eventually change the culture of the university such that it's about promoting the current dogmas. They essentially exclude the genius types who are unable to behave themselves and unable to conform. And then the universities become completely dominated by these people. They become the means of basically propounding whatever religion has social prestige. And then the university.
Wow. So as you're listening to this, I love how you say the head girls. Think about what you just listened to, folks. That is the epitome of what we are observing in modern academia, at least here in the United States. I would say also in the UK, and who knows where else this applies to. But definitely across the United States. Everything he's talked about is so true. The mediocre conformist, you must, adjust to whatever the bureaucracy decides is acceptable, and the little NGO groups and the activists say is acceptable. And if you don't, then you're going to be excluded. You're going to be fired. Look at people like Jordan Peterson and a plethora of others who weren't even at least initially, we're not anti the majority of the academic positions and even positions on the left, but then suddenly realized when they were ejected for challenging any individual thing that somehow, they are the mortal enemy now of the, establishment head girls, which is so funny, so true. But anyway, I would love to hear from the audience if anybody would disagree with what Dutton just said about what has become, or what is now becoming, the norm in academia, in the cycle that he's referring to of, hey, the geniuses come, establish, new positions, new understanding, then they kind of get pushed back by the conformists, and then ultimately either you end up having to have a complete revolution where the status quo folks have to get kind of expelled from the institutions, and then a new series of innovators come in, and then you go through the cycle again. But I think that's where we're at right now. But I could be wrong, but I'd love to hear everybody's opinion about that position.
Universities going to decline until they're in such decline they have to be reformed. And then it just goes all over again. So that's the fundamental difference, as I see it, between the genius and the head girl. And it's the head girl that would be the I love scientist rather than the scientist.
So there's lots of directions that opens up for me, but I guess to keep it focused, the argument would be sound if it were the case that the current structure of the scientific architecture, the dogma making machine that is the scientific communities and academia, if it were actually a highly tuned machine for arriving at truth. And what you just described is some reason to doubt that that's the case, because the genius types that actually go and make these deepest discoveries, they're not rising to the top in the current system.
No, so there are periods of time when those kinds of they don't have to be in the system though. So what you have in from really the Reformation onwards is that the university changes. Think about the way the universities kind of started. They started off with scholasticism, and these were highly innovative. By the standards of their time, anyway, they were highly innovative new ways of thinking, and they were associated with the universities. The universities that attract, because they have prestige, they attract these people who are with normal range intelligence. Remember, normal range intelligence is not about being autistically focused on the truth. That's outlier high intelligence. Normal range intelligence is associated with wanting prestige and power and all that sort of thing. And so gradually the culture of the universities tips such that they are more concerned about what is of interest to these, what I call midwits, whatever you want to call them, the head girls, which is conformity, which is everyone getting along, which is not offending people, which is a means of attaining power. That is the genius stuff. The geniuses are the opposite of that. They're excluded. And by the time of the Reformation, even before the Reformation was happening, the university is completely taken over by the religion, and it is just a way of propounding the religion. So by the 1700, whatever, you had to be a member of the Church of England. You had to be ordained to be a don. You had to literally be a priest at Oxford or Cambridge or Durham in order to be a don, in order to be an academic at the university. And no interesting stuff really came out of the universities at all for hundreds of years. And all of the interesting stuff was from gentlemen scholars. Okay, they'd been to universities because they were often, not always, because they were members of the upper class, and it was also a kind of finishing school for the upper class. But the interesting stuff was done by gentlemen scholars, or wasn't done at Oxford and Cambridge at the English universities. That's another thing. So the Scottish universities, for example, they were highly innovative in terms of the study of medicine, and they weren't straitjacketed by being basically means of propounding the current religion. So Edinburgh University, or Aberdeen, or whatever, these were the places to go and study medicine and things like this. Not Oxford and Cambridge. They were more prestigious at the time. They were more academic than Oxford and Cambridge. Oxford and Cambridge were just finishing schools for the upper class that weren't that prestigious. A bit like these days, I don't know, going to Sandhurst or going to agricultural college or something. And so you end up with these two kinds of people, and one overtakes the other, and that has happened again. So there was a period where they reformed the universities because all the clever kids were going to places like Leiden in the Netherlands. And those, of course, all universities in Latin, so you could go abroad and study, or the German universities or the Scottish universities, Oxford and Cambridge by the 1860s, but in total decline. And so they had to reform or die, basically. And so they did reform, and then they got rid of all the religious entrance requirements, and therefore they opened up to genius and to genius types. And
so to me, it seems like a lot of that is being replicated in the modern era. In this context, maybe getting into a general university is much easier, but making your way up the food chain in relation to prestige, credibility, H-index, right? Getting funding, getting the grant money, so on and so forth for your research, not being completely ostracized or, even, expelled from academic institutions necessitates conformity with whatever the current paradigm positions are. And if you might be able to scratch around the edges, challenge a few fringe elements, but if you actually threaten the core position of a paradigm, in the vast majority of cases, especially if it has anything to do with, root necessities for materialism, you better prepare yourself to be excluded immediately. And something I've been thinking about too, and the whole point he was making in relation to, in that period, it wasn't necessarily the in-house academics, if you will, they were making the discoveries. It was the gentleman scholars, the self-funded guys, the individuals who had parent money or were able to get patrons of wealthy folks and were conducting research on their estates, separate from the universities. Those are the ones that were making the most fundamental discoveries. So I'm thinking about that in the context of the modern era. And if we really need to start looking into creation of crowd-funded research and making it a commonality versus a rarity. So think about this from the perspective of the academic researcher, right? Of if I have to go and bend over and kiss the proverbial ring of the NIH, for example, and the leaders of it, in order to have the high probability of getting funding on a regular basis and not being, kicked out of the university I work for. What if we were able to shift that, not just from going to private patrons that are, billionaires and such, which you still have to conform to whatever their, ideologies are. But if you could shift, not necessarily take away those other options, but shift the potential opportunity over to crowd-funded research, i.e., you pitch your ideas to the masses, and you just think about it. Like, if a lot of these researchers, if they get $5 million, heck, if they get $1 million to fund a research project, they just, they're doing great, right? Well, from a crowdfunding perspective, raising 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 million is negligible in terms of like big picture fundraising. Pennies on the dollar, right? So something I've mentioned this kind of important before in the past about the idea of going to different church organizations across America and convincing individuals to donate, $5 a month, $10 a month, or whatever, to a general fund, or to go to specific projects they want to, but be able to pitch those ideas to people who want to research things that have practical application or are fundamental to like root understanding of whatever the researcher's focus is on, and opening it up to the crowd. And because when you think about that if I need to raise $1 million, if you have access to hundreds of thousands of individuals who are putting up some money, you don't like raising that kind of cash is not that difficult because you spread it across a gigantic net. And honestly, I don't understand why this didn't bring me. I need to pull a trigger on this. But anyway, okay, let's get back to the review before I go off on a tangent about this whole sidebar projects. Let's get back to when science becomes a religion.
So those people can come back in, Oxford, Cambridge, Durham, whatever, they become prestigious once again. And now, of course, we've had the collapse of the old religion, Christianity, which was originally propounding, the rise of this new religion of multiculturalism. This is because these people are power focused and they see the universities as a source of power, a source of prestige. They of course want to take them over, and they're essentialists, they're Platonists. They don't understand that prestige is associated with something for various reasons. They just think it's an inherent quality within something. So Oxford University, doesn't matter what Oxford University is prestigious because it's 50% of people that go there go to private schools, or used to be the case, and the nobility go there and whatever. And they don't seem to understand that if you exclude those people from it with politically correct policies, then prestige just follows them somewhere else. They don't understand that. There is, I mean, an example of this is Durham University, where I was at Durham, and that only started to become prestigious in about 1950. And the reason for that was because before then it was just a university in the north of England where northern people went because they were too poor or whatever to even contemplate going to Oxford or Cambridge. And from about 1950, they brought in policies to try, make Oxford and Cambridge fairer, that you got in not because you'd been to public school or whatever, but because you did well. But the result of that was that lots of people from Eton and so on, whose parents had been to Oxford and Cambridge, were excluded from Oxford and Cambridge. They wanted to go somewhere like Oxford or Cambridge. They went to Durham because it was in a nice old town and it had colleges. And then prestige passed there. At the moment, it's increasingly a religious environment. You have to conform to certain religious dogmas based around the religion of multiculturalism, equality, all this stuff, in order to go there, or in order to not get sacked from going there. And so increasingly, you're going to get people going to other universities, or going to universities abroad, where, like in Eastern Europe, or I'm affiliated to a university in Eastern Europe, or I'm affiliated to a university in Saudi Arabia. They don't have restrictions on what you can say about race and whatever. They have restrictions on what you can say about the Prophet Muhammad, but that doesn't really affect me. So you'll get this change, and you just get more independent scholars. So yeah, at the moment, what you would expect to happen is that universities are a bubble. People will soon understand, now that you have 50% in the UK of kids going to university, it will no longer have prestige to go to university. As Oxford and Cambridge and like the really good universities become increasingly politically correct, it will no longer have prestige to go there, at least not in humanities subjects and where there are objective standards. In science, where it's teaching something useful, maybe. But the idea originally was, you go to Oxford and you do a degree in Latin, and what that's teaching you is thinking skills and whatever. If that's not the case, then it's useless. And what I expect is for this bubble to eventually burst. And as it did before, this happened before in the 17th century, and people to decreasingly go to university, and it will be spearheaded by the sort of upper class, by the elite, and they will stop going to university. We shouldn't forget that we don't have to go back that far. We only have to go back 200 or 300 years to find that the elite would go on. They would bother. University, Oxford and Cambridge, that was for the sort of the lower aristocracy and the middle class. That wanted qualifications and things like that, the credentialism, and the elite would go on the grand tour. That was the prestigious thing to do, to go on the grand tour of Europe, and maybe with a private tutor, and maybe spend some time at Dresden University or Groningen University or Leiden University or somewhere in France or whatever. That was the prestigious thing, the grand tour. So you can imagine something like that happening again.
Well, these days, more than ever before, someone can become highly educated just from courses they can do online, or watching lectures on YouTube, or listening to audiobooks, or studying themselves, right? So the prestige that comes with a university degree is more meaningless than it's ever been.
So that is such a great point. Such a great point. I've used this talking point over and over again about, like, okay, so if I have access to Open MIT, Harvard X, et cetera, and that's just, every major institution now is allowing or is posting access to their courses for undergraduate as well as a lot of graduate stuff. If I can go and take the exact same course with the exact same material, watch the exact same lectures as individuals who have physically gone to it, or in many cases are getting their degree online. I mean, here's the thing that always cracks me up about academics who want to downplay the idea of learning online. If I know there's so many people that are outdated, just old school, antiquated, it's ridiculous. But like, online education is not as good as the in-house stuff, right? Well, let's think about this. During COVID, every major academic institution in the world literally shut down. Okay, they literally shut down and either forced you to go to school online or not come to school at all, right? That was your options, right? So there's also been a massive shift towards online education as a result of all this. People just didn't go back to the universities, right? But they're still going to school. And even prior to that, people who were enrolled in the brick and mortar were doing half their classes online anyway. And then some of them in the actual physical building, went in like face to face with the professors, right? So if you're going to sit here and claim that the knowledge transfer can only be successfully accomplished in the old school methodology, then you have to negate the degrees of all the people who have gotten it online. It's like, oh, well, the online schools, they were like a little fly by night. Okay, cool. So you're not going to say that the online degree from, insert name of major university is not quality? Because I think they would have a problem with that. So you're gonna have to really think about this as you continue to perpetuate these same talking points, because have you thought this through? Especially with the guys who are professors at major schools. It's like, hey, genius, your school is giving people online degrees. So think this through before you bash knowledge transfer via online methods. I think Arjuda is about to expand on that point.
Well, it's true, but then I mean the thing is that employers will want some sort of evidence that you've done it. They won't necessarily want to just take your word for it. So as long as these online things can, I can see it coming to a point where an employer is impressed by the fact that you have, rather than gone to university, you have got together the money somehow to, well, not even that, but you've got a job for a few years, and then in your spare time, you have educated yourself online using various resources. There would be a prestige dimension to which ones you use, and there would be money involved and whatever, and that is more impressive than having gone to a traditional university. So yeah, you can see that this change could happen. My understanding is that it's already happening among people that go to English public schools, which is that people are increasingly leaving without a degree and going on to training schemes that are set up for non-graduates by very, very prestigious sort of financial companies and whatever, and just bypassing the degree. And
you mean a high school diploma?
Sorry?
You mean they're bypassing high school?
No, the degree, bypassing university.
So they finish high school and then they're skipping university and just getting vocational training.
Yes, they're going to high school, what we call secondary school in the UK, to public school. You know, understand what that? So like Eton, like a very prestigious boarding school. And then these people are scouting around these schools to get people to come straight into work for them, because they see the fact that they've gone to Eton or some such places as a sign of their intelligence and their character and just being the right sort. And what those people start, what the upper class starts, according to Trickle, what's his name, George Simmels' Trickle effect, then sort of passes down the society. So university started off as something that the upper class did, and then it trickles down the society to the middle class, and then to the working class, and so on. And so you would expect eventually, as university stops being prestigious, which it inherently is not prestigious. So 50% of kids go to university. University in itself is not prestigious. Right. Only the best universities are prestigious. If they become woke and not signs of being competent, then they cease to be prestigious. And so you would expect the upper class to eventually start to innovate something else, doing something else, and that could be what they're doing.
I like that point you made, that prestige follows the actual innovative people that are intelligent. So if they leave the universities.
Yeah, a very interesting point what they're discussing now about the recruiting of people from places not college, right? So I remember a couple years ago, there was I forget the guy's name, but he was a venture capitalist out in California. And he actually put together a whole program where he would pay you to not go to college. Like, I will invest in you, and if you don't go to university, I don't want people who went to college. That was literally the foundational point, was like, of the qualifying factors, you can't have gone to college. And I know a lot of that is stemming from the brainwashing that's taking place in the very conformist thinking, the point they kind of mentioned earlier about refusing to think outside the box and like insisting on staying inside the box. And I thought that was a very fascinating point he's making, because like I said, working in the startup world, I actually observed that. I mean, I started my own company. I didn't want to go into traditional business. I'd gone to college, and then at the time it wasn't for me. Got tied up in entrepreneurship and then stayed in that. Now I went back and finished my degree just so I had this 2-piece paper. I could tell people to like kiss my tail if they wanted to question whether or not I had the piece. Are you smart enough to finish college? It's like, yeah, okay. So I went and did that just so you can, pound sand, which I think is so funny now that with all the Evos on YouTube, it's like, well, you have a degree, but unless you have this degree, you couldn't possibly understand this. It's like, and this is why people in industry think a huge portion of you are morons and have no faith in your ability to be innovative and to actually solve problems, think outside the box, and be able to put two and two together in order to reach a new conclusion. You're only able to regurgitate what you've been told to say versus what you have been able to discover for yourself. And it's like, it's so funny, all the people who are like, so do you think this is a good idea? Right. And they all end with the increased tone at the end of the sentence because they have no confidence in whether or not what they're saying is correct. I mean, it's so amazing. Okay, let's get back to them.
Then the universities lose their prestige. Reminds me of what I've heard recently with like, you know, on TikTok, different charismatic personalities will rise to the top through people finding them entertaining. And every now and again, somebody will try to make a platform and they'll try to grow their platform in competition with something like TikTok by paying a bunch of celebrities to come on. But the problem is the celebrities have already been paid, so they're not incentivized to make good content. And also the celebrities might be famous for whatever reason, but they might not actually be entertaining in a TikTok video kind of sense. So, you know, just paying someone who's well known to do something doesn't work so well. In the same way, just getting someone who has a degree and is well trained and trying to get them to do a job well doesn't necessarily work. What you need is the person who's actually intelligent enough to do the job well.
Well, indeed. I mean, that's what they've tried to do with this thing called the University of Austin. So they've tried to, they've argued that universities are dead. The traditional universities are woke. They're taken over by this new religion. They're a waste of time. And so let's set up these rival universities that are non-woke. But the problem is, that's not quite the case because those universities themselves have certain restrictions where they dare go, such as race differences or whatever, because even they are ultimately trying to find a financial niche in the woke culture and not be completely destroyed. So that they're actually disingenuous in that sense. There's certain things they won't look at. And B, they will get sort of celebrity types like Ian Hirsi or whatever to endorse them as a means of getting publicity and looking like they know what they're talking about. And so that's why those ideas won't necessarily work. I think what I suspect we will move back to with the collapse of universities because they're super woke and whatever. B, because universities are no longer prestigious and they no longer. It's a pyramid scheme. You're investing money in nothing basically. It's like investing money in tulips in 17th century Holland. I mean, you're not going to get anything for your money for a lot of degrees. It's just a waste of money. A lot of these people could spend. Their grandfather or father would have spent their formative years training to be something useful, like a plumber or an electrician or something like that. And these people spend their time doing a degree in gender studies, and then they go out and they find there's no job for them to do, and they end up doing rubbish work, and then they get bitter, and then they get involved in sort of left-wing politics and a virtue signal, and try and find a position for themselves at a as a diversity advisor or whatever. And it creates this, because they can't get the positions they want because there's only a limited number of academic positions. It creates then this elite over-promotion effect, whereby the elites are violently fighting each other for the small number of places. And one of the ways they do that is by questioning the morality of the other elites and trying to bring them down so they can get their jobs and all this sort of stuff. And so you just end up in this very nasty atmosphere at universities, which is not conducive to doing genuine fearless research. So this seems to be what's occurring, and I think that this bubble will burst eventually. And there's some evidence that's already happening in America, that you've got the less prestigious colleges just sort of closing down. And those colleges are only really, I mean, if you're teaching 50% of the population a degree, then that's not degree standard anymore, is it? That's degree standard was degree. If you're 10% of the population doing a degree, the population hasn't become more intelligent; it's become less intelligent. We know that, and so if you go back to our parents' generation, or my parents' generation anyway, when 10% of the population were doing a degree, then it's a highly elite thing, and you've got to be really intelligent to get a degrry. Now it's 50%. The only way you could ensure that those people are all getting degrees is by reducing it to kind of the standard of high school, basically, which is what's basically. The whole thing is a bubble that will burst, and you will increasingly find, as you did in the 19th century and the 18th century, that the original stuff happens, the genuine innovative stuff happens among independent scholars who are not affiliated to universities, or at least not to Western universities. For example, Thomas Edward, the Aberdeenshire shoemaker in the 19th century, world expert on geology and on fossils and shellfish and things. And even then they try and cancel you. So I've got a colleague, Emil Kierkegaard, and he's an independent scholar, and they've just had him cancelled from going to the ISA, the International Society for Intelligence Research Conference, because some Ethiopian objected to it. So even that they try and cut you out of, and eventually academic journals themselves. But the problem is that sort of truth will out.
That reminds me of a quote I heard recently. I was hearing the story of a mathematician. I was trying to quickly search his name. Maybe you know, but he was not university trained himself, and then he basically just taught himself math, and he was a highly innovative mathematician. And his attitude towards university was, if it's needed, then it's of no use. So basically, if you're not intelligent enough to figure it out on your own, university can't teach it to you. I'm not saying I agree with you, but with this point, but it's just an interesting attitude. And if it, and then the converse, which is, if you don't need it, then it's also of no use because you can just teach yourself. So like this guy taught himself all this crazy. They just gave him some math problems. And he spent a couple of years and solved all these math. They gave him 10 math problems or something that couldn't be solved, and after a couple of years, he solved them all, or most.
Listen, folks, because he didn't go in the traditional sense, I don't think he actually solved the math problem, because there's no way he could have possibly have solved the math problem according to, Evo atheists like, Marky Mark and Jay Bundy, all these folks out there, that unless you have the piece of paper, then nothing you say on a particular topic should be of merit, should be even considered, and you personally should be viewed as a clown if you don't have the official piece of paper, which is it's just amazing to me how people don't see how ridiculous this is. Quick timeout. So while I've been being quiet here, I did what I was supposed to do, or I meant to do earlier, and I finally uploaded a short video to Rumble. So for those of you who are just joining and didn't hear my short rant earlier, I'm hoping to be able to start streaming on YouTube as well as over to Rumble. I'm on Twitch right now, but nobody watches on Twitch. But I think Rumble could be a good spot. But also I want to have Rumble as a backup in case I ever get booted from YouTube. So I'm about to post a link to the Rumble account. If I get to 100 subs, then they let you live stream. So I'm about to post that link. If everybody would just click it, bounce over to Rumble real quick, click subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it if you have an account, that is. And that will enable me, once I get to 100, to be able to start live streaming from StreamYard as well over to another platform. We start building up following there and be able to pivot if need be. So here is the... Here's the link about to come through. All right. Okay, there it is. Yeah, Godzilla Freak, I need to set up an Odyssey account as well. I've been meaning to do this, and I'm trying to today actually I've been getting a bunch of stuff I've been procrastinating on done. So hopefully this will work. Like I said, folks who have accounts over on Rumble, I greatly appreciate you. Click that link, bounce over, click the sub button, and just come on back. All right, let's get back to the review.
I guess you could argue that it was needed back in the time when there was no internet and you had to have access to a physical library. That's the first thing. So it was needed in that context. And so what a lot of people used to do, I did a book, I've done various books. One book I did was a book on a collateral ancestor of mine called Sir Piers Dutton. It's called The Ruler of Cheshire. Sir Piers Dutton, Tudor Gangland, and the Violent Politics of the Palatine. And what you find if you go back to that time is that lots of people pass through Oxford or Cambridge, but they don't, or even the Inns of Court, which was where they trained barristers, but they don't actually get the qualification. And the idea is just to have access to a library and to learn interesting stuff. But they would never actually bother getting a degree. They didn't need the degree. They didn't need the qualification. They were members normally of the gentry, of the upper class. The only people that needed the qualification were those that were wanting to be vicars or perhaps lawyers. So they would need the qualification. So they would graduate and get a degree. But most other people they'd matriculate, they'd spend time at the university, but they wouldn't actually graduate. And that was very common, that they would go there, they would learn stuff, but they wouldn't actually bother graduating. And so that was the use of universities. That was the kind of the point of them, that intelligent people would go there and have access to information and learn, which was there was a premium on. I mean, think if you go back to before the rise of printing, how rare books were, and they had to be copied out meticulously by hand and all this kind of stuff in certain libraries. So that was the use of them. Someone like that person who is very good at maths had to have.
So the point he was just making about the books and everything, it's something, a point that I've made in relation to this in terms of what is the value proposition of a university, or what, more importantly, what was the value proposition of the university in the past, right? Up until basically up until the internet, what did they have that created value and reason for you to come physically to that brick and mortar institution? Well, it was two things. One, it was the human capital and the knowledge that was contained inside of the human capital brains, as well as the libraries. And this goes back to the beginning of the concept of universities, right? It was who had the best physical assets in terms of knowledge storage that individuals could access rather than having to start from scratch every single time. To be able, as Newton said, stand on the shoulders of giants who came before, right? Well, fast forward to the era that we currently live in, and we have access to all of the same information that you used to only be able to access inside of the academic institution. So, as I was mentioning earlier, if we can get it either for free or for pennies on the dollar compared to the same information, right? You're able to download it into your own brain. And if you don't understand something, you can probably go find something on a multitude of platforms to find explanation, in many cases, from the experts, right? How many professors, how many PhDs, how many people with master's degrees, all that kind of stuff are on YouTube posting videos explaining specific things like, okay, so I'm putting this together for my students to be able to understand X, right? So they're shortening the time requirement in order to be able to understand XYZ concept, fast forwarding you to be able to go to the next level, right? And for many people, they stop or they don't go deeper. But for other folks who do go deeper, they now have the exact same amount of information as the person at the university. I mean, think this through, folks. Think about this. It is not the value proposition that it once was. Now, in line with the whole concept of quote unquote science, it's now being said. I think it is projection and of the recognition that they are inferior. The academic institutions are no longer the extreme pinnacles that they once were in terms of knowledge, of a knowledge base. And their egos are so fragile as this recognition is becoming more and more obvious by the day. And more people are publicly challenging their value proposition. It's like, well, if we don't fight back, then we're just going to collapse. But let's think about this. Instead of innovate, it's no. We're going to quadruple down on the status quo. And if you challenge us, we're going to ostracize you from input into the overall improvement of the model. I mean, come on, folks. It's ridiculous. Thanks so much to everybody who's been subscribing to Rumble. I have actually, let me do this again. I can do that right now. Let me pin. I got it in the description if anybody hasn't seen the link. The link, and I'll pin it inside chat for folks. And I really wish that StreamYard would implement a pin option inside of their thing, so you don't have to have the YouTube chat client open. All right, enough of me rambling. Let's get back to the interview.
Have access to, he had to be able to learn maths, and he had to be able to learn the methods of being good at maths and all that sort of thing. So I think there is some benefit to them. But now that now there's all this stuff online, the most I can say is that there are some people who are good at teaching, who are good at absorbing information and presenting that information in a way that is inspiring, in a way that makes you ask questions, and in a way that makes you want to know more, and therefore helps to direct a person like that genius mathematics person, who I can imagine is quite poor impulse control and quite low agreeableness. I can help to get a person like that who could just be all over the place and not really achieve anything, and just sort of be a sort of Mensa type that spends his time doing silly card games and stuff, and inspire and direct them towards doing something useful. So that could be a potential benefit to them.
Oh, I found his name. It was Alexander Grothendieck. Obviously, I'm going to be pronouncing that wrong. He's German.
Okay.
Are you familiar with him?
No.
So yeah, coming back to So I think university is obviously helpful, because if somebody's, it's a very rare genius who's going to teach themselves complex mathematics. Most people, if you teach them, then maybe they can go and solve other problems. But of course, the process of learning something yourself is how you learn also, rather than just being spoon-fed things. I'm an electrician, and one of the ways I learned quickly was I just got thrown in the deep end and given my own jobs pretty early on. Whereas if someone's just coaching you through all the time, you don't learn it quite as well. Coming back on the point I was making earlier, so I was talking. So to steelman the argument, one way we can steelman the argument that all the scientists believe it, therefore it must be true, or the scientific consensus says, therefore you should believe it too. That would be a good argument if there was a system that ensured all the best ideas were rising to the top, and it wasn't religious, and people were just sincerely interested in truth, just, and whoever could defend their ideas the best, their ideas won out, and people accepted and yielded to that. It doesn't seem to be that's the case, as you've given.
So that whole concept, I love what they're talking about now, because people heard me talk about this in the past, but another little business idea I've had, I need to crowdfund this and just make this happen. The concept of creating the open arena for quote unquote peer review, right? So you have a platform that you can put forth your argument, your paper, your research, etc., and you can do it anonymously if you want to. If you don't have the CO Jones to put it forth, and you have people that are verified quote unquote peers, right? They got their PhDs and all that kind of stuff. And there is a period of time, i.e., so let's say easy math, 6 months, right? And if I put forth X argument, my peers have 6 months to defeat me, right? You can defeat my position. If you can defeat my position, there is a cash prize. If none of you defeat my position, there is a cash prize for me. So let's put the money where the mouth is, boys, right? You have to be able to A, challenge me, and B, the peers have to vote that my challenge defeats you, or my rebuttal of your challenge defeats you, and continues to substantiate my position as being correct. That, hey, what I've discovered is replicatable. It is proven beyond doubt. And if you want to defeat me, you better come out strong and fighting, baby. And I thought about this too, for like a macro view. It's built this platform, right? So you've got you can submit your article. It's X amount of time. It's going to be open. You have the challenges come. If you defeat them, you win. But you could also get it into stuff where you have like live stream combat, intellectual combat, right? And you have to be reviewed by your peers in real time. So you are the challenger. You are up to make the argument that the original publisher is, their conclusions were invalid, and here's why. Here's my evidence. Here's my research. Here's what I've done to negate the position that they took. And then the original publisher has the opportunity to A, counter the argument made by the challenger, and B, offer additional evidence to substantiate their original position. And then the audience, i.e. the peers, and I don't just mean anybody, I mean people that are peers in that specific discipline, i.e. chemistry, biology, whatever, then have the opportunity to vote on who made the best argument and whose the empirical evidence defends, right? Which one has the better end conclusion. And in that context, if you emerge victorious, you get the cash money, baby. And I think from a macro view, that is actually real peer review. Let's do it in real time. Because think about this. Of all of the articles that get submitted to these journals and stuff, they get read like 5 times. But it's published. Woo, woo, woo. And you're like, okay, cool. So it got reviewed, like skimmed through by, the academic who's, editing a bazillion papers in any given moment, right? And oh yeah, it sounds good. Oh yeah, well, this person works at MIT and they studied under so-and-so. It must be legit. Let's just publish it, right? And like, how much peer review actually happened? Like, and then how many people, and let's get real, in academia, there's not that many challenges going on because people are too busy trying to do what, ladies and gentlemen? They're trying to substantiate their next round of funding so they can continue their own research. They don't have the time to be challenging everybody else. At least most of them don't. So, let's think about this. What if there's now an incentive, both from a public awareness? Like, think about that, right? So, didn't I hear you challenge, XYZ over on, what this platform's called? And man, you guys won. I couldn't believe how you were able to negate so-and-so and force them to retract their position, blah, blah, blah. Or flip side, man, I'm so impressed. You had the CO Jones to publish on the platform and take on all comers, and you emerged victorious. Like, you put all of those challenges down, you put them in their place. And just think about that, folks, from a credibility perspective. Hey, I put myself up to be challenged by any and all, and I emerged victorious. To me, that'd be freaking awesome. And maybe you'll get all these freaking nerds to learn how to be men and women, obviously, but to be able to rise to the occasion and go, in this context, intellectually, mano y mano, or group against group, and see who comes out on top, and be true intellectual battle and combat. But Yeah, and yes, Hurricane have a gap. I thought about setting up a biolab too from an investment perspective, and allow discoveries made via the funding that's put forth towards the lab to be able to be delineated as a investment fund. But that's a whole other conversation. Okay, let's get back to the review.
A few examples of that.
Well, one argument that myself and my colleague Michael Woodley have looked at is the idea that under a conditions basically of very harsh group selection, in which groups are fighting each other and killing each other, and one group dominates another, then one strategy via which you can dominate other groups and therefore ensure that your genes survive, that your extended your genetic interests, your ethnic group survive, is via coming up with the best inventions. And so coming up with the best inventions requires that you nurture genius, and requires that you let geniuses, you tolerate the antisocial side of genius, because the positive side of genius is that they come up with these brilliant sort of inventions. And so it could be argued that under that system, when we were a society that wasn't decadent, when we were a society that wanted to dominate other societies, then it is indeed it is under conditions basically of social stress that the best ideas will rise to the top, because if the people that do not advocate the best ideas and the groups that do not advocate the best ideas just die out. So that's one system that we had. And if you go as recently as the 19th century, you have a child mortality rate of 10 or 20%. You have warfare over resources between different groups. And the reason why Britain, I mean, you're living in New Zealand, but New Zealand is basically Britain's south. All of these places, America, parts of North America, parts of South America, New Zealand, Australia, a group within India, they're all British. And the reason for that is that Britain is basically the most genius nation the world has ever known. That for whatever reasons, in terms of evolution, it promoted this genius strategy. That one strategy that you can dominate other groups with is being high in positive and negative ethnocentrism, which is a bit like what the Northeast Asians are like. But they're not very high in genius. And I've done research on this with my Japanese colleague. They're very low in openness compared to Europeans.
What's kind of interesting about the point he's making is I think he said the East Asians are not as genius. What's kind of interesting, though, is the Southeast Asians have the highest average IQ of any region on the planet. I think that, the average IQ is 106, I believe, and which is pretty impressive in terms of average IQ, right? For example, here in the United States, I believe the average IQ has dropped down to 96, I think, and in the UK, it's either 97 or 98. It keeps, IQs around the planet are dropping, but anyway, it's kind of interesting little sidebar point. Also, I am sweating like a pig in my car right now because I don't have the AC or the AC on to cause a bunch of air noise. I've got the window rolled down. Please let me know if you guys are hearing the cicadas or crickets, whatever it is that's chirping in the background. I can hear them, but let me know if they're coming through on the microphone in the background. Yeah, Godzilla Freak says, yeah, IQs are dropping hard. Yes, it's very true. Herkinemic says the Asians are second LPP. I think there's a subset of I forget, it's a subset of the Jews, I believe, which has the highest, but it's minuscule. It's such a small number that I believe the Southeast Asians are the biggest major group. Yep. Yeah, I agree with you, Hurricane, on that one. But I meant from a dominant group, I guess. I should have used them as the number one, because I think they're I remember seeing that. I think they come at 109, right? On average IQ, either 109 or 111, I think. But like I said, from a major group area, Southeast Asians are coming in strong. You got to think about that. If it's 106 versus 96, like here in the States, right? You're talking about a 10-point average higher IQ, which in terms of IQ swing, 10 points can be pretty monstrous, just in terms of your basic understanding, speed of thought, rapidity of comprehension, so on and so forth. I mean, it's a big deal. Okay, let's get back to it.
And the Finns, by the way, where I live, are intermediate between Europeans and Northeast Asians. The Finns, even though they have the highest intelligence of any European people, they have per capita major innovation, per capita genius, on a par with places like Romania that have an IQ of 85. And the Finns have an IQ of about 103. So there's a sort of a genius strategy, and under conditions of conflict, then it is the people that will produce the best inventions and whatever, which is underpinned by having the optimum per capita number of geniuses, that will rise to the top. And it could be argued that was why we tolerated geniuses in the 19th century, because we were in this situation still of kind of group selection, or at least we thought we were. We had been inculcated with this idea that we were, and so therefore we tolerated Jesus. If you take that away, if you have a situation where basically we have really what we've created for ourselves is a kind of massive warm period, where we live in a jungle where basic needs are met, and there's just nothing to worry about at all. It's an evolutionary mismatch of the most extreme kind. And in that kind of context, we don't need to compete with other societies to have the best inventors and do the best stuff, because everything seems like it's going to basically be all right. Basic needs are met. There's nothing to worry about. And so in that context, people that are geniuses, i.e., antisocial, they're a problem. To put it on an everyday level, if you have an interview for a job at a university, who are you going to employ? Are you going to employ the head girl, who is hardworking, high in conscientiousness, cooperative, pro-social, open to a limited degree, and will come across as a great person to work with? You're going to employ her, or you're going to employ the male autistic weirdo with outlier high IQ who turns up in weird clothes and is just an absolute oddball? Who are you going to employ? Well, under traditional conditions where there were no women at the universities anyway, and in which it was kind of understood that those people would come up with possibly with amazing ideas, and there was this philosophy of a sort of neo-Thomism, whereby truth was sacred and not to be questioned in any way. It was blasphemy to question the truth. And so the autistic weirdo will be obsessed with the truth, so that's good. And secondly, the autistic weirdo might come up with something, and that's the important thing. The important thing is that he comes up with something, and so he might, and that's important, and so therefore we employ the autistic weirdo. Whereas now, we don't have this attitude so much, that we've lost the religious kind of attitude that truth is sacred and shouldn't be questioned. We've lost the idea that they're worth tolerating because they come up with something brilliant, because we just don't see things in that way anymore. We see things in this incrementalist way, and so you of course give the job to the girl, the head girl, and then she gradually changes the culture of the university so that it becomes more concerned with what is of interest to girls, which is not systematizing and making sense of the world. It is empathy and getting on with people and everyone feeling equally valued, and not rocking the boat and not upsetting people and being socially anxious and whatever. And so the university becomes a girls' game. And increasingly, it's just pointless. And that's what's happened. Did you know that when they first let in women to Oxford University, they had this idea, let's let girls into Oxford University. And then there was this reaction against it, because it was found that the traditional culture of the seminar, whereby someone presents their ideas and you rip them to bits, and in the sort of cut and thrust of an academic disputation, was a problem with these girls, because they would take it personally and they would cry and
Oh man, how horribly sexist was that statement right there? Like, oh, the girls didn't want to engage in the ripping to shreds of your ideas. So it's got something I found kind of interesting about that point he just made. Is it kind of sounds like what I'm talking about in relation to the platform, right? Is how it used to be in the academic institutions, right? And think about all the, I'm trying to blank on the name of the that auditorium in England that's so famous for people going back to Newton and before, who, like, you know, presented their arguments or their positions and their discoveries and then defended them against the Royal Society members. But think about that same concept being put forth on the internet, and instead of it having to only be people who are inside this very specific building, right? It's anybody who is a quote unquote peer could be making that argument and ripping your idea to shreds. I mean, man, I think that'd be so much more fun. But he does make a good point. I don't know if that idea would be defeated if, you know, people wanted to argue that, you know, people were being harsher against women or minorities or whatever, if there wouldn't be enough equality in attacks. However, if you're opening it up to all comers and there is nothing that prevents you from putting forth your challenge, then theoretically they wouldn't have a foundation. But let's be honest, actually having a foundational argument that it has any real substance in the modern era of weird thought that we live in, I mean, you don't actually have to have a real point. You just make stuff up. I mean, we've now transitioned to the point where universities are now having students minority students are now demanding to be segregated. I mean, I just can't get over that stuff. I mean, there was a whole report last week of how this cultural building, they aren't going to allow white guests to talk. I mean, it's like, really? So this is all about inclusion. Unless you're a white person, you're not allowed to talk. I mean, I just can't. I can't get over it. It's crazy. But logic has left the building, folks.
And whatever. And so therefore it was argued that there should be only one girl let into every 7 males. There was a reaction against letting them in because it changed the culture of the university. It basically made it less focused on the autistic pursuit of the truth. So it's a serious problem. It changes the culture, and not just girls, but normal range intelligent men, because they are focused on power and prestige and whatever, rather than the autistic pursuit of the truth. So I think that is the so there are circumstances in which the pursuit of the truth can be very, very important. It's just that we are not in those circumstances anymore. We are in the circle where basic needs are met, and so we just become decadent, and it just seems like we don't need to bother. And remember, the flip side of it is people that are offensive and unpleasant and who rock the boat and who make life difficult.
Yeah, I really like that point. I like to think of the difference between STEM fields and humanities, because you get that sharp distinction, right? Like, if you're building bridges, you don't really care what the person's belief is, what their race is, ethnicity, gender identity. You just care if they're going to make a bridge that doesn't fall over. Jordan Peterson
right,
wrote it
exactly,
funny, right?
Exactly.
Like there's not roving bands of sexists that are ensuring that you only hire male plumbers. You don't really
right.
care.
So
you
with
just
something like English literature or theology, it doesn't matter. It's not really important, and so it doesn't have real world consequences in a direct way. And so you can afford to not employ the best.
Yeah. And bad ideas can afford to rise to the top because there's no consequences.
Whereas there are consequences to ballsing up the building of a bridge or ballsing up the building of a public building or whatever it happens to be. I mean, there was a case recently, it was last year or 2 years ago, of a building that collapsed in Miami Beach. This building collapsed. And they were told years earlier by an engineer called Frank Morabito, who, being an engineer, probably had an IQ of at least 130. And the problem was, I think he assumed that the people that he was dealing with, i.e. the members of the local council or whatever, were as intelligent as him, which of course they weren't. They said that you put a swimming pool on the roof of this building. The swimming pool is leaking into the structure of the building. And if you don't do something about it, it's going to cause exponential damage until the building is destabilized. So that's what he said. Now, obviously, an intelligent person would understand him saying exponential damage means that the building will fall down. But he didn't say it. He didn't say,
right,
get rid of the swimming pool or the building will fall down. He didn't say that. He said it in accurate way. It's causing exponential damage to the structural integrity of this building, and it needs to be rectified. I think he used words like as soon as possible or something like that. But that's not good enough for these people. They're too stupid to understand that. And the result is that the building fell down, and that becomes.
So this point that they're making about basically having to dumb things down is the reason that I decided to write this book on why the genetic code is a code. Because I thought this over many times when, reading Stephen Meyer's books, Perry Marshall, Dembski, all these different guys who go into incredible detail about information theory, code theory, why, Behe, all these different folks, they go into this great detail about why these concepts are valid, right, or invalid on the reciprocal, and making very cumulative arguments as to support their positions, right? And yet, on the flip side, if something as basic as genetic code is code, I remember thinking about this when I was reading through it. Like, I was understanding it based on my own background and investigations that I had done, right? But when I hear all these, Evo atheists on YouTube continuing to argue that this isn't the case, or like the other night when Marky Mark said there wouldn't be machine code in the computer to like execute instructions, that there wasn't actual a machine code on the root level, on the physical layer. It's like, bro, the OSI 7 model, like for information, the foundational layer number 1 is the physical layer. You guys are arguing up here at level 5, 6, and 7 on the human interaction layers, and then claiming that the physical layers don't actually exist. And the logic doesn't apply. So anyway, like I say, in relation to what these guys are talking about, I've been honestly thinking so much of like, so many of the Evo atheists can't actually be this dumb, but I think they're willfully ignorant. So I'm going to dumb it down to the level where if they can't understand it, either A, they didn't read it, or B, it's beyond doubt that they are refusing to actually understand the root principles that are necessary for information transfer to take place. and why it's code. And if they're going to refuse to accept it, then the world can see that they're idiots. And I can't wait to see the reviews when I eventually publish this thing, because I'm sure they're going to go into full meltdown, which will prove beyond all doubt they didn't actually read it, which I'm going to have so much fun making fun of them over. Of like, hey, so you talked all this trash, but here's where I directly addressed that standard talking point that you guys spew ad nauseum. Oh, busted for not listening. All right, before I go on any more rants, let's get back to this.
Comes and people were killed. And that becomes seriously dangerous and this ideology of equality, this nonsense ideology of equality, if you start promoting engineers, which we are doing to some extent, on the grounds of the color of their skin or their sex or their fact that they're transsexual or whatever it happens to be. Now, we are doing this in terms of government. We are over promoting people because they're women or ethnic minorities or whatever, not because they're the best in terms of government. And that's obviously going to have serious consequences to not promote the best. As my colleague Bruce Charlton said, we're not even trying. It's got a book called Not Even Trying. We're not even trying to be the best in terms of these things. We're not even attempting to promote the best people. But if life has consequences, if life is serious, and that was the attitude of the Victorians. I mean, if child mortality is 10% and you're surrounded by death all the time, then life is serious. Life has consequences. Life matters. You're struggling to survive. And then, of course, you will try to promote the best people. And what they did under that previous period was before the Victorians, was they didn't promote the best people. They promoted people because they were aristocrats or whatever. And what eventually happened was that other countries like Germany started to promote the best people, started to have universities that were based around the objective pursuit of truth and whatever, and science. And then England was falling behind. And so England had to reform to be like Germany. That's where our current university system comes from, really, from Germany. And then we were competing better.
Something that's kind of interesting about that point, I think, is indicated by what is going on like in the Middle Eastern countries, right? So Saudi Arabia, for example, is expending huge amounts of capital, not necessarily huge from their perspective, but from everybody else's perspective, hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars are being spent for their youth to come to universities in the United States and have their entire education paid for, room, board, housing, stipends, the whole nine. Like, hey, if you will go to the United States and go to one of these universities that we have a partnership with, and you will go and learn X degree, i.e. engineering, medical, scientific research, physics, et cetera, et cetera, we'll pay for it all. And then you just got to come back and work in your home country. I know Tennessee, TSU, Tennessee State University here in Nashville, they have a partnership, and there are dozens and dozens of Saudis that are going to university for free, everything paid for, if they'll go one of those degrees. So what are they doing? They're getting all of this knowledge, taking it back to the Middle East, Saudi Arabia specifically, and the Saudi prince is injecting huge amounts of capital into different industries so that they can diversify their own economy away from being purely dependent upon oil. So you just think about that conceptually. And what they're trying to do is, from an industrial perspective, transfer that knowledge. But you're also obviously being able to bring a plethora of knowledge back, which will be able to be transferred onto additional generations inside of those countries and directly to their youth, rather than in a couple of generations, you can go to you might still send people here to the States to learn new things if our education system even exists or our economy hasn't imploded. But if that's no longer an option, you now have experts in all these different fields inside of that country in order to accelerate the innovation that's happening there. And the point he's making about England having to recognize what Germany was doing, make a pivot. The problem we're facing right now is with the acceleration of economic growth, discoveries, the internet era in which we live, the necessity for pivoting is becoming greater and greater, and the speed of the pivot is becoming greater and greater. And yet the rigidity of the establishment, both on a political level as well as the academic level, is becoming more and greater and greater. And their willingness to make any kind of modifications, even on light levels, to the status quo, is just almost non-existent. And then we're wondering why we're falling further and further behind, and why other countries are able to innovate faster and faster and being able to gain more and more traction and more greater global market share for a variety of things. It's just, it's amazing how people refuse to accept this basic, so obvious concept.
So it has, and we will see, I think, in the future, the serious consequences of not promoting the best people. And that is most obvious in terms of infrastructure and the production of infrastructure that actually works. That it's autistic weirdos, I'm afraid, that you need to do your, who do you want to do the electrics in your house? Do you want it to be someone that got onto the electrics course because they're a woman, or because they're black, or because they're disabled, or do you want it to be a person that's really, really good at electronics? And the answer is obvious, that you want it to be a person that's really good at electronics. Because if it's not what you get, then your house could catch fire.
Yeah, so this makes me think of an analogy to diet. So some people can have a food sensitivity where the consequences of their diet might come a week late. So if they're eating a food that's not good for them, the effects accrue. And they might be eating this food all the time. So it's really difficult for them to actually notice that this is causing anything. Whereas somebody could have another food sensitivity where, like people who are celiac, where if they eat gluten, they know about it like within 2 hours or a couple of hours, and that they suffer quite badly. So usually people who are celiac don't eat gluten. Of course, a couple hundred years ago, nobody knew about gluten sensitivity. So some people were just sickly. Likely there was such a thing as celiac disease back then, but we didn't know about it. So I'm comparing this to the example you gave with the buildings or with the humanities, because there are consequences for bad ideas rising to the top, even in humanities fields. But it's more of an effect.
They're more delayed.
It's more delayed.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. With science, it's immediate, or it's fairly immediate. If you build a badly structured piece of civil engineering, then the consequences can be fairly quick. But it's true that with humanity,
the causal mechanism is very obvious too. Whereas with humanities, it takes some intelligence to see the patterns.
But it takes intelligence, and it takes time, and there's more variables involved.
Yeah.
But eventually you see it. Eventually you see it, that the standard of people that go into politics, the intellectual standard of people that, let's say, go into politics or go into the civil service, and who are making decisions, or who are running airports, or who are doing whatever. All of these things are now suffering from a situation where we are not promoting the best. We are promoting people. I'm not saying you don't get women who are brilliant and can do these jobs. I'm not saying you don't get ethnic minorities that are brilliant and can do these jobs. In fact, if they are East Asians, they'll probably do them better than white people on average. They'll be more intelligent than them. Or if they are Ashkenazi Jews. But the people are being promoted for the wrong reasons into positions of authority, and into positions of power, and then then things just don't work as well. And it kind of it can be extrapolated across society, and so you just find that gradually things don't work as well. And this is, I think, obvious in Africa. When Europeans withdrew from somewhere like Zimbabwe, it was gradual that the people that were being promoted to run things or whatever were just less intelligent on average, and less had less pro-social, less general factor personality, which is high agreeableness, high conscientiousness, low neuroticism, and gradually things don't start to work as well. But then you get some tipping points where the people notice. So, for example, everybody that I know that I've spoken to that's Zimbabwean or South African remembers the time they were first asked for a bribe. So under European rule, there was no bribery, there was no corruption. But under African rule, well, there was corruption, but not in such an overt way. Under African rule, it becomes much more in your face, and everyone remembers the time they were first asked for a bribe, by a public official or whatever it happens to be. And so you do get these turning points that people will notice. So that the first time you notice a major pothole in the road, that would be a good one. You know that you're in a society in decline if you're seeing a massive pothole in the road, or a society that's on its way up. But either way, a society that's not of a high standard, and that's the kind of thing that you see increasingly. And even with something like Concorde and Concorde crashing, I think you can see that as a manifestation of this effect. I mean, that was over 20 years ago, and okay, at that time perhaps people were being given jobs on the basis purely of their ability.
I think it's pretty obvious the whole point they're making right here, and I think I'll cut it off here because they get into more detail about this stuff, but. The root points have been made already, but right now they're talking about meritocracy, right? And the fact that meritocracy is somehow being just completely decimated in relation to who is the most qualified, right? Or who is the most likely to get a position. It's no longer who is the most qualified and who has the most proof in the pudding, so to speak. It's like, oh well. Do you fit into these different political identity check boxes? If so, then you're more qualified than the other person. Or, if you are one of these, then we're going to exclude you and not even consider the fact that you are more qualified than this other individual. this happened to somebody I know very well. He had been working for a group for a while, much more academically educated, way higher levels of certifications, all that kind of stuff, right? And he applied for a job at the institution he worked at. He didn't get hired for it, even though he was recommended by his direct boss to the HR department, right? They instead hired somebody who didn't even have the baseline certifications, but was a minority. And this person was so shocked that they got the job over him that they literally were like, I am so I didn't know you had applied for this job too. Like, I cannot believe, how did I get hired over you? Right? Like, they were astonished that he hadn't gotten the job. I mean, you just think about that. What's happening? Like, if other people who get a job are recognizing that somebody else deserved the job more than them and yet didn't get it, and we're like, how the heck did I get this? Things have jumped the shark in terms of like actually going after the most qualified individuals. So quick sidebar, folks. I think using the 5G hotspot on my phone is working pretty well. Let me know if we're having any issues with the stream, if audio is going in and out, roboting, anything of that nature. Please let me know in the side chat. Let's see. So far, I've been streaming for an hour and 23 minutes, and I have used 1.16 gigabytes. But with T-Mobile Magenta Max plan that I've got, I get 40 gigabytes of high-speed mobile tethering. So I've been going for an hour and 23 minutes, 1.16 gigabytes. So basically a little over a gig an hour. That's pretty awesome. So might be able to do, I mean, heck, you could do at least an hour a day. Well, yeah, you could do an hour a day every day of the month and still have tethering. Because with Magenta Max, I've got like unlimited high-speed data total, right? If I'm using it directly from the phone versus it's like 40 for tethering. So that's interesting. That is very interesting. So that could be a good way to do this. If I wanted to do like live streams, interviews on the street, that kind of thing. That could be pretty fun. And obviously I wouldn't be doing this every single day. So could definitely get away with this on the data. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so anybody in the audience, does anybody want to come in and have a relatively short general conversation, open mic room, or we could wrap it up. Let's see. I'll put a link in the side chat. If anyone wants to join in and talk about what we've been listening to and this general topic, we can. If not, I will call it a night. So, all right, link is inside chat. Oh man. Okay, I think I will stop on this right now. All right, appreciate everybody also who bounced on over to Rumble. Let's see how many we got. Okay, so I think I'm at 5 Rumble. I assume 5 Rumbles means 5 subs. So we got 95 more subscribers to go over on Rumble before I'll be able to live stream. So if people will bounce over to the link I've got pinned inside chat and subscribe to the Rumble channel, I'd appreciate it. So when we get there, I'll be able to do some live streaming, because I think it'll be fun to do, as well as have the fallback position. Hurricane Havoc says, right, the old I'm half black, half Hispanic, and a third Native American, and a quarter Aboriginal, trans-bi, non-binary, cisgendered furry. Am I qualified for president? Oh man, it's so true. Okay, there's a whole crazy thing happening over in Germany right now. The different letters of the identity groups are now pushing back against the Z's. So the Z's are the zoophilias, who think that it's completely ridiculous that it would be illegal to have sex with animals. And they are actively protesting and pushing for their inclusion into the overall, insert the alphabet, as well as for the removal or the refutation of the laws in Germany, which make it a criminal act to have sex with animals. So I heard somebody talking about this the other day. I thought it was hilarious. They were saying, okay, so if these zoophilias or zoophilics or whatever zoophilias that are like wanting to have sex with animals, like what happens to them when they go to the zoo? Like, is that like going to a peep show or a strip club for a normal person, right? Or watching porn? No, they go to the zoo. I mean, do we need to start watching, like looking out for people that are like, behind the bush or in the petting zoo are getting a little bit too friendly with, the freaking kangaroos and stuff and, the goats that are laying around? I mean, it's something we actually have to consider now. If people are publicly coming out and being like, no, I don't think it's right that I'm not allowed to have sex with animals. I mean, you have to think about this for a second. Like, is this actually happening right now? I don't understand how. I mean, that the world is collapsing and any and all moral standards have just, reached a tipping point of pure just implosion. If we need to worry about, as Godzilla Freak says, putting some clothes on the animals to protect them from all the freaking peeping toms in the zoo, and I mean, it's just like, I don't even know how to do it. But like I said, they put all this to his crack, and maybe he's like, actually, I take it back. Let's go toss them into the lion's den and see what kind of response they get from the lions when they try to have sexual relations. And maybe we'll get to see some real time, transitions take place, because, you might walk in with some, different dangly parts that you don't want, and you can rapidly have them removed. Now, the rest of you might not also exit, but at a minimum, those dangly parts probably will, and you can do a complete transition really, really, really quickly. Man, I was cracking up. That was seriously cracking me up listening to that guy talk about that. What's up, Godzilla Freak? How you doing?
Hello. Very interesting speech you just gave there, John.
I know, man. My mind was blown when I was reading the article about that, and I did search for like some podcasts that were talking about it. I'm just like, this is actually happening. This is where we're at. This is where we're at. I'm now going to do a protest over my right to have sex with animals. I mean, you just can't make this up. In terms of, you want me to take you seriously and think that there might not be something incorrect upstairs, and you're arguing for the right to go, have sex with sheep. I mean, it's just, you can't make it up.
John, abortion's a woman's right, but sex with animals, that's just, they're just as important as we are. Okay, John, you have to stop being so, what's the word for being against animals? I don't know.
Who knows? It's just,
you're so zoophobic, John. Gosh.
I am. That's true. I am zoophobic. I don't want people to be. I don't have to worry about my dog being molested, while we're out walking around. I mean, it's like
inconsiderate, really.
I know. I'm very small. I'm very closed-minded. If only I was more open to sexual revolution. What's up, Bubblegum? How you doing?
Can you pick me up? Oh, no, can you guys hear me? I'm at.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Hunter Biden, the guy who's gonna have a debate with Kent, right?
You talking about Jay Bundy?
Yeah, that guy. Well, he's over in his stream making fun of Kent because I think he had a stroke earlier on the live stream, and I think I think he thinks Kent is faking it so they don't debate, but then he's making fun like, oh, Kent's gonna die. That's kind of funny.
Jay Bundy, I don't actually know this guy.
But yeah. Bundy, Jay is he is the epitome of what's been being discussed tonight. I mean, he is the complete and utter manifestation of what was discussed in the video review. I mean, anybody who challenges the status quo is a threat to him personally. That's out of his own mouth. Anybody who threatens, disagrees with evolution, it's a direct assault on him and other people like him who have dedicated their lives to it. They need to be, those people need to just, he's going to come after you and F you up and so on and so forth. It's his position. I'm not making this up. He stated this, right? And if you extrapolate out the whole point, right? So now he's making fun of, Kent for having a stroke. Like, I mean, come on, dude. He had a stroke like, I don't know what, 5 or 6 years ago. He's in his 70s, I think he's like early 70s. Like,
Yeah, he
why?
looks like he is.
I mean, you can tell looking at him that the side of his face, he has slight paralysis, and he's had that for quite some time, right? So you're gonna sit here and be like making fun of somebody who had a stroke. I mean, that's where these guys have gotten to, and this is the thing that gets me is folks like Bundy and other people who are, quote unquote PhDs and all these like, oh, I work for the awesome labs and I work in academia and I teach. I'm a professor and all that kind of stuff. It's like, dude, you're the guy I've been talking about. You're the people that Dutton and Theology Unleashed were discussing. You're that guy. You are that guy. You are the schoolgirl, the head schoolgirl that Dutton was describing. That's Jay Bundy.
Well,
that is Dr. Danny Boy, right? That is PZ Myers, right? That's all these guys who want to maintain the status quo and are eviscerating and just attacking anybody who issues arguments that are contradictory to their paradigm. That's it.
It's really interesting because like Kent's not even a super sophisticated with his argument. He's basically using the same one he used when he was like when he looked young. But like they haven't actually manufactured any new responses to them, so it's like who cares, right? Doesn't even matter.
Yeah, he's just reading off a script, but I mean he's old. That's okay because it's clear he has some sort of dementia. He's forgetting things.
Yeah, but they still have no response. It's amazing.
Because he used to be a lot sharper in his answering, but now it's just a script. But that's fine, whatever.
Yeah, very interesting.
I don't know if it's a script necessarily. Like his opening statements are much more uniform, right? But he makes a lot of responses off the cuff, right? Because everything goes differently. And you also have to remember that the vast majority of the talking points that are put forth by the opponents are the exact same ones, right? So just because he has addressed the same talking points hundreds and hundreds of times, and has a slide for it, right, to respond, that's not necessarily just following a script. That's like, oh yeah, I remember that one. Oh yeah, let's see, we addressed that here. Oh, here it is. And I actually have addressed that one before. I have thought of that one before. So all the people who say like, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about, he doesn't understand the points that are being made. It's like, hey, dude, think this through one more time. He literally pulled up a slide that was in existence prior to your conversation with him. But you're claiming that he didn't understand the point, yet he already had a pre-crafted rebuttal to your point that you're claiming he didn't get. I mean, think about that for just a second, ladies and gentlemen. Think that through. I know it's very hard for Evo atheists to actually use their brains on for multiple layers, but even if Kent is not necessarily as quick himself as he was, right, that doesn't mean that he's not being able to counter your point and hadn't already addressed it in the past. But that's just
well, I think it will be different with Bundy, I think is whatever his name is, and I think if you had to choose between dipping towards evolution or dipping towards polytheism, because the Kynes argument is going to come up and you're going to have to dip one way or the other. So what is Kent going to do?
I have no idea. We'll have to wait and find out for the 300th debate. What's up, Dan? Welcome to the stream. How you doing, brother?
Hey, John. Hey, everybody. I believe Kent said he had about 70,000 slides. That's a lot of slides. He's been at it for a long time. Did I hear somebody mention Jay Bundy?
Yeah, apparently they're having a debate.
Yeah, I had a run-in with him. I had a run-in with him a couple of weeks ago on this show, one of these after shows. And I agree with you, John. The only thing I really got out of him was, quote, I have a PhD and you don't, end quote. He didn't make any sense to me. And I read his dissertation, and it doesn't make any sense, except he believes that random mutation and natural selection can create, all the life we see today, which is, craziness. But, I won't say any. I don't want to say anything really bad about him, but for some reason he just triggered me. There's a couple of people that do that, have done that in my life, and they always have that same attitude, which is sort of condescending.
Well,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm saying he's gonna use the do you know that software called Avita Aid?
Say it again.
Yeah, Avita. Yeah, it's I've played around with that program before, and like I got to stream on it one time and showcasing like some of the different stuff. Yeah, it's a digital. That's all he does. He does digital simulations and stuff. I mean, it's like you can create all sorts of scenarios. That doesn't mean that just because in this format you can come up with you can use a program to come up with a pathway.
Well, have you seen?
Doesn't mean it's actually plausible that can happen without it dying.
Have you actually seen how it works?
Yeah, dude, I literally just said I played around with the program. Yes, I know.
Yeah, but the logic behind it, it's not natural selection; it's intelligent selection.
Yeah, it's intelligence. Well, you can create, prove anything with a model. You can prove.
That's the thing.
500 degrees, 100 years from now.
The software it's meant to never fail. That's the problem. It's bound to have a success. It's bound to always succeed. It's bound to never fail. So it's kind of like the argument from do you know the software called the Tower of Babel? Somebody okay.
I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it. So the clown show and the guy who called himself actual socialist trash, quote actual socialist trash, end quote. That was his screen name. He tried to use it in my debate with him, but then didn't realize that the max character allotance was 3,000 characters.
Well, not even that. Do you know how it's actually coded? It's coded to run every single possible combination. So it's not random. It's literally meant to run. For example, let's use 4 letters A, B, C, and D. It's meant to run AAA, then AAAB, then AAABC, and it runs every single combination. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with randomness. So just by looking at the logic and breaking down the logic of it, you can't use that as evidence for or as an argument for evolution.
My point was you could make a model computer. This is different from what you're talking about. But, you can make a computer model prove anything you want to prove. You can make it the earthly average temperature 120 degrees in 100 years if you want, or you can make it 20 degrees if you want. It's all like a garbage in, garbage out type of thing, which all computer programmers are familiar with. They sort of beat into our heads, drummed into our heads, hey, garbage in, garbage out. Just remember that. And when people talk about models, how models they model climate or they model evolution or whatever, I just shake my head because you can't model this stuff.
Okay, so like in the side chat, you know how I type what I type? That's how basically the software works. So it's just running through every possible combination. It's not random. So it's not random combinations.
So basically, you're saying these programs are literally just like rigged, so they always win.
Yes, and that's the Avita. The Avita Ed is also rigged because it's never meant to fail. It allocates, so you can choose. You yourself can choose which one's the successful one, and then allocate CPU and RAM power to that one. So you basically, that's basically intellectual selection, not natural selection.
Yeah. No, if you run that naturally, there'll probably be like generations where just like nothing works, everything dies, and you have to start again. But in their head, that's perfectly acceptable, even though in the real world, you just get a game over.
Yeah, they paint it as random, but it's not random when you actually start looking at the logic in the programming. And I know very little programming. I try programming, but I suck at it. But I'm still able to tell that's not random.
Good night, Hurricane. Appreciate you, man. And say good night to Caleb as well if he's not already asleep. Yeah, the other thing to think about too in this whole deal is with the Vita, right? If you actually look at the even if you're giving it like very optimal scenarios, right? and start off with higher level functionality. You start with higher level functionality, right? In almost every scenario, you end up with a loss in an overall loss of higher level functionality, and either plateau or go down or just maintain the status quo versus gaining new. And a lot of the scenarios where somehow this simplistic thing became more complicated, right, or more complex, more advanced. It's like, okay, cool. So you're still not accounting for how in the real world this thing would have survived, unless somehow you just managed to maintain, 100% of everything you need, and you had copies that were made of this stuff, and then like slowly but surely these things were changed through random mutations into this entirely new functionality that magically came into existence at the right time under the right selective pressure in order to become, this, magical new feature across the population. But the whole time it was across the population, it didn't do anything until like the magical moment. That's always cracks me up. It's like people don't actually want to go down the real world rabbit hole of what's the plausibility of this, this data modification happen. Like, yeah, in the digital simulation, cool, you can do all this stuff. But if you have basically a immortal object, like, oh well, these things don't actually die. I give them a very high or an optimal reproduction level, and even though if they didn't have this level of fidelity in the real world, they die. We're just going to remove that from the equation. Let them basically be immortal. And then look what happened. Look what happened. All the changes that needed to happen happened in my simulation, but they weren't at risk of death.
Yeah. Also, I set up the simulation with all the traits that are needed already there.
I linked the video to the Avita and somebody explaining how it works. You can just run through it and you can see like all the bias.
They always just like assume that their paradigm is true, and that's like the way the whole program works. And then at the end, right, it gives them something that they want, assuming that's true. But then when they use that program to then try to prove that their paradigm is true, that just doesn't make any sense, right? It's logically circular. But that's just the way it is. All these programs just assume.
Hey Dan, thanks for posting that link to his dissertation. I'm going to read that later on tonight.
Apparently, Lenski is his, what's the thing called?
Yeah, it was his
advisor.
Well, not his advisor now, but he was for his PhD. Now in his postdoc, he's got somebody else. He interviewed somebody else the other day. They said it was like his advisor now or something near his postdoc.
Okay.
Well,
but Linsky was his PhD advisor.
Yeah, so this guy is like pretty entrenched,
Well, I mean, if Kent does get cornered with the Kynes critique, I mean, I suggest he takes an argument from my book and use it.
Bubbles, you have some weird takes. Let's just say that.
Well, I mean, what is better? To give atheists a win, or evolutionists a win, or a minor setback for Christianity? No.
All right, so anybody in the side chat wants to join, I'm about to post the link again. Up in the side chat. So I'm perusing through his dissertation right now. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I like the first sentence. that's a sum of what they believe. The first sentence. Everything after that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm gonna have a debate with Luca this Saturday.
Oh, you are?
Oh, yeah. On what?
We had a bet that if of course I won the bet, and the deal with the bet was he was going to stop being an evolutionist, but I still see him defending evolution, so gonna have to go in there again.
Yeah
he's
not ready for the pagan arguments. Okay, no one's ready.
Well, it was just a evolutionist a bet. It was a Dalmatian.
Okay,
It was a Dalmatian question.
I see. It's interesting seeing Dutton on this channel. He has some.
I'll be right,
He
I'll be
has
right back.
interesting...
I'll be right back, guys.
All right, John. I'll wait then. So wanted to.
I mean, I think it's kind of funny. Like, most atheists are now retreating to like philosophical arguments and not debating the science anymore. Have you
They've
noticed
sort of
that?
given up on it, yeah. They just haven't made any like progress, you know.
There was never any science to start with.
True.
I challenge anybody to find any science in Charles Darwin's book. I couldn't. It's like making a movie script. You know, he's just making all this stuff up.
If you look at sort of, finish.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, just go ahead and finish. My bad.
Oh, I'm finished.
All right then. Yeah, like if you look at the modern evolutionary arguments, to borrow an Aristotelian idea, they aren't actually different arguments. They're just analogous versions of the old argument in different flavors. So if you look at like ERVs or like, genetic similarity, for example, that's just homologous structures 2.0, right? Instead of looking at like a physical structure, we're looking at the genetic structure now.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, it's still the same thing. It's like the things are similar, so they evolved. It's the exact same argument. It's perfectly analogous. It's just a different flavor.
Yeah, I noticed.
Storytellers. They're very good storytellers.
I mean, that's why the theory of evolution is so effective, because animals aren't evolving, but the live evolution evolves. So the live, you can always evolve this live evolution. You can never really pin it down, and that's why it's such a good lie.
If there was like a novel which was just like the evolution of a species over time, I'd probably read it because it'd probably be like entertaining and interesting from a fictional level, right? Not to say that it's true. But yeah, from that storytelling perspective, it's actually a very engaging story, how things like overcome circumstances over time, how they adapt to the environment, how they deal with new threats. That's a very interesting thing from a storytelling perspective.
One thing that
it's Pokemon.
One thing that I remember distinctly about biologist that Michael Behe mentioned during an interview. He said that about a third of biologists, professional biologists, evolutionary biologists, do not believe that a Darwinian mechanism works. That's paraphrasing, but that's what he said. Now, I don't know exactly how he knows that, but I'm sure he knows a lot of biologists or biochemists anyway. But I always wondered how so many people could possibly believe that after looking at the evidence. Now, me, I was just a dumb, working in different fields, working in, but I believed in evolution until I was in my mid-60s, and I believed it for one reason and one reason only, because I'd never heard anything else. But once I saw evidence against it, I immediately abandoned it. But I know these people see contrary evidence all the time, and yet they cling to it. And I know there's a lot of peer pressure, and I think that's what Behe's talking about. Even though he says a third don't believe in it, you won't find a third that will admit that in public because they could lose their careers or get shunned or whatever. But I think there's just too much peer pressure to if there was no peer pressure, if people could see both sides of the argument, which would be that would end evolution. It would disappear.
Right. Okay. So real quick interjection. So I've been reading through Bundy's dissertation. It's kind of interesting. This what I'm about to read does not in any way, shape, form, or fashion indicate his starting position. Philosopher Daniel Dennett. That's who he's going to be.
Philosopher.
Okay. So philosopher Daniel Dennett used the preceding quotation as part of his TED Talk responding to Pastor Rick Warren. Warren featured this quote. He's talking about it was a quote from Michael Denton. Featured this quote from intelligent design proponent Michael Denton in his book. Dennett Denton. Okay, so Michael Denton versus Daniel Dennett. Okay, Dennett argued forcefully against the use of intelligent design as an explanation for human purpose. However, I was particularly drawn to the phrase, all the evidence available in the biological sciences supports the core position. Following Dennett's lead, I could dismiss Denton's language as an effort to push the creationist agenda by using hyperbolic rhetoric to subsume the facts of natural history. But I would miss an opportunity to address this as a quasi-scientific claim that supports an anthrocentric interpretation of natural history. This anthropogenesis-centered perspective is similar in that respect to the view Gould sought to address when critiquing what he called the conventional interpretation. Recognizing this concordance might be productive in discourse for those who genuinely accept the fact of evolution, the fact, and by the way, fact is in italics here, of evolution, but who wrestle with the implications of evolutionary theory. Denton may be correct about Warren and Denton's creationist leanings, but perhaps one does not need to be a creationist to believe that available scientific evidence supports Denton's conclusions about human origins. Gould's thought experiment goes beyond providing a framework to contrast these radical and conventional interpretations of extinction. His explanation of the thought experiment implications can stimulate a discussion of the iconography of progress, which is still crucial to how many people see evolution. And he goes on and on.
So was there like a single original idea there, or did he literally just like rephrase what Gould said about these things?
It's a lot of Gould, a lot of Stephen Jay Gould in that paper. You know, Gould, I don't think he was an evolutionist, or he certainly wasn't a neo-Darwinist. Now, he pretended like he was a lot, and he didn't. He was always bad-mouthed and creationist. But every work I've read of his, he's always, not directly, but he questioned neo-Darwinism in all his works in one way or another. Do you notice that, John? He did not believe in it. I don't think Lewontin, how do you spell that?
Lewontin?
He died last year. Lewontin?
I think it's Lewontin.
I don't think he did either. In fact, he really badmouthed natural selection more than once. But I think there's so much peer pressure to keep these guys in line that, and they want to be part of the group, the gang, whatever you want to call it, groupthink. Well, it's not groupthink, but part of the group. I think they're afraid to say what they really want to say.
Well, okay, I'm 28 pages in, and this is still talking about Gould and like different, like basically, I'm reading a quasi history of Darwinism and things that Gould said about it. I'm literally on page 29 of 172, and it's still going on. Like the end of this page. I'm picking one at random, right? This is the last paragraph of the page. This is page 29. In the 130 years between Darwin's Origin of Species and Gould's Wonderful Life, an indeterminate view of natural history with organisms finding a variety of solutions to environmental challenges was commonly among key evolutionary thinkers. Fortuity, not provision, was the core of Darwin's understanding of spontaneous or accidental variation. Many years later, George Gaylord Simpson reasserted the centrality of evolutionary opportunism to combat the problematic social and political ideas he attributed to evolutionary fatalism. Okay, so I mean, this is on page 29. Okay, I'm not sure where we're going. Okay, go ahead, guys.
I think this was a history PhD.
It's really. I mean, okay. Page 30. In particular, Gould and others emphasized the importance of historical contingency in response and even opposition to the adaptationist paradigm among many of his contemporaries. In a famous paper, Gould and Lewontin tried to promote Darwin's pluralistic approach. Okay.
Wait. What does it mean by pluralistic?
Pluralistic?
Okay, here's a.
Oh my God! I'm still learning about Gould. Okay, I'm like
John, you're going to read about him a lot because he's mentioned. I just did a search of the paper, and it's mentioned his name is mentioned 125 times. Now there could be some mention in the references, but not a lot. In fact,
all right. So he's mentioned.
I think he only has one reference. A Wonderful Life. Wait, no. Here's
all right. You'll get
maybe two references, but he. 125 times is a lot of times.
Yeah, once per page almost on average. especially when some of the pages are just pictures.
So what does it mean by pluralistic?
Pluralistic, you'd have to look at the reference to really understand exactly what that means, right? So if you find reference 46.
Okay, finally. Okay, so in the next chapter, we use the Avita platform to perform a two-phase historical difference experiment to estimate the effect of deepening the footprint of history on the evolution of digital organisms encountering new environments. Oh, finally, getting to something that's actually going to be happening in this dissertation. Oh my goodness! Next page. In Wonderful Life, Gould speculated perhaps genetic systems do age in the sense of becoming less forgiving and major restructuring. Perhaps modern organisms could not spawn a rapid array of fundamentally new design, no matter what the ecological opportunity. Our analysis explore the effect of genetic aging on adaptation to new opportunities and how the effects interacts with the degree of environmental similarity between old and new environments. Oh, good grief!
You know, this kind of smells of like when the teacher asks of minimum of 5,000 words. You just kind of waffle.
Ah, next page. Final. In conclusion, Gould's analysis of the conventional view and the associated iconography of progress shows how his own radical views challenge anthropocentric interpretations of natural history. While his forceful assertion of the pervasiveness of contingency and evolution is still debated, his thought experiment of replaying life's tape has inspired a growing body of research on historical effects in evolution, including my own dissertation. Okay, now I'm in the references for how many pages? Let's see. Bunch of pages, okay. Oh, well, that was the introduction. Now I'm getting the abstract. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Put the introduction before the abstract? I guess it's like history introductions.
Well, it's a dissertation, so it is slightly different in structure.
Oh, I see. Okay. I don't know.
Now, that is a heck of a lot of
46.
introduction. Like, are you going to sit here and tell me that the people reviewing this aren't aware of the majority of what you were talking about in regards to Gould? I mean, come on.
It's a bunch of waffle.
Ah, crap. There's no page count on my EPUB version of the book. I won't be able to find the page. Let's just look up the word pluralistic. And it's not in here.
In the PDF version, you can do advanced search, and it'll tell you how many hits you get, and it'll actually list the pages.
Introduction. In his seminal book, Wonderful Life, Stephen Jay Gould argues the importance of historical contingencies in the evolution of life on Earth. He proposed a sublime thought experiment of replaying life's tape to ask how similar the living world would be to what we see today if evolution were to repeat from, say, the time of the Cambrian explosion. Gould argued that living organisms would likely be very different. However, he concluded, quote, the bad news is that we can't possibly perform the experiment, end quote.
Oh, that's crazy. I can't perform a 4.6 or I guess be 500 million year-long experiment. That's so
But
crazy.
I know that it was true. Of course, the next thing he's saying that, but let us presume for a moment we could perform the experiment. Why not up the ante? Why should we rewind the tape to a single point in time, such as the Cambrian explosion some 540 million years ago? While the VHS time machine is up and running, why not also dial in some replays from the Paleozoic and Mesozoic boundary and the late Cretaceous mass extinction? By having replays from the dawn of different eras, we could study the influence of varying the time scale over which the signatures of historical contingencies become manifest. We could then measure the measure the footprint of history. Our own thought experiment thus poses the additional question: how different would the outcomes be if we rewound the tape of life to different points in history?
That sounds like a bunch of
Yeah, so what I heard was, here's the thing that's impossible, unfortunately. Let's do it anyway.
Well, they're saying that with the Avita software that this is now possible for us to do this from a simulation perspective. That's what the claim is, right?
That's hilarious.
Well, they claim it's not a simulation, that it's random, but it is rigged.
That's hilarious. Yes, my computer is going to turn into the entire Earth. That's how.
You should look at the video and then watch it and see how like it operates, and there's nothing random about it. But there is some random, but it's still intellectual selection.
I think the reason they believe all this, though, even if it's so weird, is just because they don't actually have any better naturalistic explanation. Like if they did, they'd use it, but they don't. It doesn't exist.
Well, the reason evolution is such a good lie is because you can always evolve the lie. If they ever get cornered on something, they just adapt the lie. Like, oh, it was this other way, actually.
Yeah, I believe Popper, was it Karl Popper that said it was unfalsifiable? Is that the word he used?
Yeah,
absolutely.
He's the falsifiability guy.
Well, anyway, I believe it's him who maybe it was someone else, but they said a theory that can prove everything proves nothing. No, that was probably somebody else.
Yeah, I guess nothing is impossible according to them.
That's it. Yeah, as long as the evolution's a maxim, it's a set in stone. You know, it's way above any law. It is God's word, their God's word, right? Whatever their God is, and so that's always true. So
I mean,
whatever else happens, it has to support that theory.
I mean, if we do catch like a Bigfoot or like a werewolf, these motherfuckers are just gonna say, "Well, see what evolution can do." It's like, oh,
Yeah.
piss off.
Finds a unicorn. Oh my gosh, the horse evolved a horn and rainbow powers. That's crazy.
Well, something I find interesting too about the simulations. What I want to know is what fidelity rate did you guys have set? That's what I always want to know. That's always my foundational question in these like simulation hypotheses and experiments. It's like, what was your fidelity requirement? Because in extant organisms, we see a 90, the necessity of a 99 whatever percent fidelity rate. So that limits your opportunity a lot.
Okay,
Right.
Bob, listen here for a sec, all right? The previous organisms were not as evolved, so obviously their fidelity rate would be much lower, you see?
Is that from the dissertation?
No, I'm just making it up. But
Oh no, I mean I agree with you. I wouldn't be surprised if it is in there because I've read some pretty interesting stuff in some of these dissertations before. I'm not saying on Bundy's, but other ones I've seen. It's like, oh well, this is the way. The fidelity rate must have been lower in the past, and they somehow must have been able to survive with a lower fidelity rate in order, because it's much more the probability of being able to pull off these dramatic advancements. That's just the way it must have been. It must have been more.
Must have. That's Richard Dawkins. He uses that word all the time.
Otherwise, the math says this wouldn't be plausible. So it must have been this way in the past, even though we don't have any observation of that. And what we do observe showcases the necessity for the higher fidelity rate.
yeah, well, this is definitely gonna be an interesting debate. I'd like to see someone else debate this Jay Bundy guy as well.
I will.
Yeah, Bubble, you got to destroy him.
I mean, I'm a bit of a wild card, so
It's
he's
true.
not
It's true. No one's ready.
Get ready for a lot of word salad. Richard Dawkins, well, he's not the only one, but he used the word must have or must be or must something a lot in his books. I've got a lot of his books, and he no matter what happens, it has, no matter what it is, it must be evidence for evolution, or it must be an evolutionary process. Or one point I was going to make is I've been keeping a list of the different powers that have been assigned to evolution. In other words, it's supposed to be like blind, or comatose, I think is the way
apparently.
Philip Johnson said. But I've been keeping a list of these things, and they give natural selection more powers than God.
Actually, yeah. I saw this video.
Well, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but not by much.
No, I saw this video where they gave they attributed to evolution quantum tunneling, because apparently the frog, when it goes from a tadpole to a frog, it necessitates that it does quantum tunneling. So they just attribute that to evolution, and we can't do quantum tunneling, but apparently evolution can.
Evolution can do anything, okay? Anything that exists results from evolution.
Well, there's still...
No, think about it, Bubble, okay? We're actually a part of the evolution. So obviously if we do something, that's also just the next step of evolution. You got to think harder here, okay?
Well, there's still chemists and like old school Darwinists. When I say old school, I mean like establishment, old types, that are still insisting that quantum enzymes don't exist. They're not actually real. Because when you think about it from it turns out this enzyme is actually enabling quantum tunneling or quantum coherence to be maintained. that doesn't exist, because if that's required for like root fundamental functions for biological systems, you're talking about something that's like really, really freaking complicated, right? Like, so things that can control quantum state are required from the beginning, relative beginning. No, those don't exist, because if they do, evolution is not plausible. You know,
See, I think
and we know evolution is true. Therefore, that must not be the case. You know, or that there's some other way that it was done in the past that didn't necessitate quantum tunneling. We don't know what it was, but we just know it couldn't have been that, because that would be too complicated. That kind of thing. You know?
Well, I think they're actually the more reasonable ones. They sort of have a lower level of incredulity where they're like, nah, there's no way this happened. Whereas the younger generation, right, they're even more into the paradigm. So they're like, there's a way, it must have happened. So even though they're denying reality, I think they're actually being more reasonable and at least admitting that there's no way an evolutionary process could result in something so spectacular.
I think it's because they're a little bit more grown up, because we're literally dealing with man children.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
So on a sidebar, for folks who are just joining, because the number of people watching has gone up, appreciate you all coming in. Two things. Number one, tonight is a test of doing a live stream via 5G mobile hotspot on my phone. And so if things are not coming through properly or start roboting, please let me know. So far, so having any issues, but I'm just wanting everybody's input on that. Because if this works, my plan, I'm testing right now. I am physically roasting myself to death inside my vehicle at the at Centennial Park here in Nashville. I have no AC on, so you would hearing like wind in the background. But the upload download speed I'm getting on my mobile hotspot's freaking nuts. And assuming this all works, I'm gonna do another test. But if it all works, I'm planning on doing some live, like, change my mind style interviews from Centennial Park here in Nashville, and hooking up a couple cameras. Because like, if I'm being able to do, like, right now I'm getting 60 megabits per second upload from my phone. It's like connected to my laptop, which is nuts, right? At 60 megabits per second upload, I could have like multiple cameras running and be uploading that with no problem. So I think that'd be pretty freaking awesome to be able to do like live stream interviews from Centennial Park with the Parthenon in the background and stuff. Would be pretty epic. So fingers crossed will continue to work. Secondarily, if you just came in and you see the message pinned in the side chat, I need to get to 100 subs over on Rumble, and then I can start live streaming over there. So if you will click that link, bounce over to Rumble, and just click subscribe. I think I'm up to like 8. Just got everything ready tonight. So if you guys will bounce over there, click that sub link. When I get to 100, I'll be able to add Rumble into the destinations for StreamYard. Anyway, go you guys, continue.
John, I told Andrew that I would post the list of powers that I've accumulated in the comments section after the show, just for people who didn't missed it in the chat.
Oh, cool, awesome.
Yeah, like sometimes I see like anime power scaling and stuff, and they'll have like lists of powers for different characters. I wonder, like, if you did that for evolution, it'd probably fill up the entire page. Has all the powers.
One of the things that sort of been a joke throughout the creation ID community is Richard Dawkins' use of intelligent design in an example in his book. I think it's a blind watchmaker with the monkey and the typewriter. He actually, the program actually decides this is the right number, so I'm going to keep that one. It's really crazy.
They really think that's how it works.
In fact, that's the reason I got that book. I was watching a speech by Philip Johnson. He's dead now, but he was with the Discovery Institute. And he's a great speaker. If you go on the YouTube and search for Philip E. Johnson, I think it's 2 L's in Philip E. Johnson. I've listened to his lectures so many times. I couldn't count how many times I've listened to the same lectures over and over again just to make sure I didn't miss anything. but he has a really good way of explaining these things, and he explains the part of he actually what he called it he smuggled intelligent design into the example. Smuggled, and so I've been using that word since. I think that's a great word. So when you hear me use smuggled intelligent design into it, I'm plagiarizing. Okay.
Yeah. You hear like I remember the Professor Dave James Tour saga. I remember watching one of his like way older videos, and he made the argument where like, oh, you don't need the random chance to build the right protein, but you can save after every single amino acid. You see, and I'm just sitting there like wondering like, okay, so let's say you got like 100 of them together, right? And then the 101st one, it's random again, 1 in 20. What if you get it wrong? You saved at 100. Can you just like delete the new one and then fix it? No, of course not. That's stupid. That's not how it works at all. The moment you get one wrong, it resets the whole thing. So this idea that you can save your input, well, yeah, you can save your input, but then the next input still has to be correct. The moment you get a wrong input, like with the monkey typewriter example, you failed, you lost, start over. Doesn't matter how many times you save.
Yeah, that's what I was taught early on when I started studying evolution. That or actually in genetics, that once a mistake is made, you really almost have to start over in a sense, because that's this is chemistry. This is where I learned from James Tour, that in chemistry, if you mess up, you can't go back a little bit and fix it. You got to go all the way back to the beginning, and pretty much it's almost like that in evolution. Not quite, but pretty close. That certain mutations just cannot happen, or you're dead, or you're crippled, or you're something.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No, that's what I thought you were finished. Yeah, because I was trying to make a similar argument to that to Leo in the last stream, because like there's a bunch of catastrophic events that basically wipe out like all organisms, and if you're just gonna say, well, a fish at the bottom of the sea, or like maybe one bacteria deep down in some cave survive, yeah, okay, fine, but you still have to start from like basically point zero, and they don't get that, it doesn't click with them.
They don't know what saving means. Like when you save in a video game, the point of saving is that you can return to it after playing a bit. If you die, you can return to your old save. You can't do that with evolution. Yeah, you can save at every point, but it's not a real save if you can't actually return to it. And of course you can't return to it. It's a physical system. Or you could do dial back the clock.
Well, the thing that they never want to talk about is the fact that, like, what is the likelihood that the organisms that had the necessary data that's like hanging out in the background didn't get terminated? Because if they did get terminated, then you got to start from scratch again. Like there's no way around this. The saved game got deleted.
Yeah, exactly. They can't comprehend that. They just reload from like when they do the simulations and something goes wrong, they just go back to like the save before where things went wrong. That's not actually how it works, because you can't save in real life and return in this sense. You have to just start over.
I'm sorry.
Real quick, guys. Welcome to the stream, Power. What's going on, man? How you doing?
It's going very well. I'm glad to see you're hotspotting away and loving life. And you guys were talking about the God-like ability of evolution, and I had a couple things I wanted to bring your way. I don't know if you're aware of some of the things that are out there, but you guys can finish the conversation and then come back to me.
No. Hop in, man. Hop in.
Okay. So, like a minute ago, you mentioned what are the odds of X? And there's some things that I ran across not too long ago, but evolutionists definitely believe in miracles, because the odds of certain things like we all are aware of are, I think in a previous debate, you said something like there are more atoms in the entire universe, and those atoms are, if you number them up, it's the equivalent of the odds of evolution, or they're less likely for evolution to happen or something like that. But anyway, back to the point. I ran across an article, and I'll paste it in the chat here. But this article is very interesting. It's on PubMed and it's on Science Direct. But I'll just read some of the abstract, and it talks about an 18-year-old female lost the majority of her central vision over the course of 3 months in 1959. Medical records from 1960 indicate visual acuities of less than 2400 vision for both eyes, corresponding to legal blindness. And then it goes on, but essentially, it literally says in this published article, scientific journal, that she was diagnosed with macular degeneration and declared legally blind. And after having been blind for over 12 years, the individual reportedly regained her vision instantaneously after receiving proximal intersensory prayer. And it goes into more detail, but literally, this is a miracle that is documented scientifically. And her husband prayed for her in the name of Jesus. So, whereas an evolutionist would believe that the miracle of abiogenesis happened against all odds, we can present an actual published article of a husband praying for his blind wife in the name of Jesus, and it is black and white evidence of a miracle. And yet, if you present this to an atheist or evolutionist, how do they explain it? Did she all of a sudden evolve her vision back? I mean, how does that work?
See, the scientific article, right? The peer review doesn't matter anymore when it affirms a Christian worldview. It is only valid when it affirms naturalism.
Yes, they completely discount the mathematical impossibilities of what they're believing. Most of you, I'm sure, have heard of Fred Hoyle, the person who termed the Big Bang, and he didn't do that because he thought that was a good that it worked. He did that because he thought it was foolishness, but turned out he was wrong. But he became somewhat of a theist later in life. When I say somewhat, I don't mean he became a Christian or anything that I'm aware of, and he became that strictly by doing some calculations on organic organisms. For example, one of the things he did was a calculation of enzymes. He said the trouble is that there are about 2,000 enzymes, and the chance of obtaining all of them in a random trial is only 1 part in 10 to the 40,000th. I mean, it's like James Stewart said, that is crazy big.
Well, in line with that,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, in line with what you're saying and what Power Word was saying, right? I believe the total number of atoms is 10 to the 80th, and I think the recognized total number of particles, right? Actions is 10 to the total particle actions. I think it's 10 to the 130th. But then when you factor in like 150 amino acid, the improbability of a 150 amino acid long polypeptide is 1 in 10 to the 164th. So that's for 150 amino acid long chain, right? There's the ones that are thousands and thousands, right? And the average is 3. I think the average protein length is I know it's between 300 and 400. Let's say 300 for the low end, right? So if 150 is 1 in 10 to the 164th, and then the average you need to account for is 300, so literally double that. But the total number of particle actions, granting a 13.7 billion year old universe, is 10 to the 130th. I mean, which one of us has a greater leap of faith to take here? I mean, seriously, this is not
a miracle. They believe in miracles, just like someone said, was it Chu Power or Godzilla? They believe in miracles. They just don't want to admit it.
Yeah,
they absolutely do believe in miracles, but here's how they get around it. And I'm surprised, LPP, that you haven't been up with the latest, but evolutionists are now calling simple amino acids the building blocks for life, not amino acids. So those chains no longer need to be as
Right.
long as you have reported, you can
Right.
get a chain that's like, 15 and you're
Yeah.
good to go these
Yeah,
days.
they make that argument, right? What's ironic though is in their experiments they have massive issues just getting that many to come together.
Yeah, 15 is a
And
lot.
Without
15
enzymes.
20 to the power 15, that's a huge number. It actually is.
yeah, it's nuts. Now here's the thing. The quick sidebar. So power word. Were you triggered the other night by Mark Reed claiming there was no machine code operating on the root level?
Bro, I was on mute and I was so it was about 3 minutes of laughing while you
Yeah,
were
I'm pretty sure I left.
and then after that it was like, okay, well, we're gonna see if this guy's actually being genuine, and he clearly is not any sort of technical engineer of anything, and I will gladly say that to his face. But yeah, I was pretty triggered. And what really does trigger me though is after watching that debate with Kent and listening to this guy say like, oh, but Mark Reed said this, and therefore I appeal to Mark Reed's authority. I'm like, I mean, you are literally basing your entire life on this guy who in that after show, he said there was some company that was bankrupted because they were using young earth creationist oil finding methods. Okay, if I haven't that is the most made up thing I have ever heard.
What does that even mean?
Like, what are they, like turning to a random page in the Bible and drilling down that particular verse and chapter number?
On day 89, God
Howard,
created the oil.
Go ahead.
this kind of stuff you hear on blogs. And I think that's where Mark gets most of his information. He talks like he listens to the experts, but his idea of an expert would be like P.Z. Myers or, one of these blogs.
Oh, so it's like a human centipede thing.
What's so amazing to me about a couple streams ago, I pinned down Mark and got him to finally concede that he like willfully does not read books that contradict the conventional paradigm.
Well, he doesn't read them at all,
and doesn't view them as even having anything of remote substance to consider.
Yeah,
and it's like, wait a minute, like hang on, like let's think about that. The way you just claimed, right? So you, of your own volition and of your own admission, are refusing to even understand the argument that's being made, which would challenge the conventional paradigm, but then claiming that by default it is false. It's like, what? Have you thought this through in terms of how you are arguing that you don't even need to analyze the opponent's argument in order to reject it? I mean, wow. I mean, think about that. Think about how many times we hear from the Evo atheists on YouTube, right? And both on YouTube as well as in the academic circles, right? Like, if you disagree with me, that means you don't understand my position, right? So if people like myself, SFT, or any of us, like if we didn't understand the basics of evolution, then we would justifiably be like, you shouldn't even consider what we're arguing, right? But if we do understand your position, I have to go and read the Dawkins books and read the papers and read all this kind of stuff, watch the lectures, all that kind of stuff, in order to have an understanding of your position to figure out whether or not my counter position has any validity, or if I need to modify my position. If I don't understand your position, how can I even make my argument against your position? Like, I can't argue against it if I don't understand what I have to argue against. And it's like, do they not think this through? I mean, it blows me away. Anyway, I yield for my diatribe. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, John. Like, this is a point I've been making for a long time now. Basically, they've given us like a no-win scenario. Their criteria is a no-win scenario in that if we ever cite a creationist, what they'll say is the point you just made. Oh, that's not legit. Oh, I'm not interested. Oh, they're not a real scientist. Ergo, whatever, they're wrong, right? That's useless. So then what's the other option? Okay, so we cite like an evolutionist source instead, like SFT did. And what would he do? Well, the author isn't actually a creationist. Therefore, they believe in evolution. So you're wrong. And I win. Like, so no matter which source we cite, or if we don't cite any source, like no matter what we do, we already lost. Their scenario, right? Their framework is literally rigged so that no matter what we do, we lose. There's actually just, it's a no-win scenario.
Well, yeah, these people are just out to destroy people's faith. They don't really care about the science. They know they're wrong, but they remember what's the special element in evolution? Time, and they need to buy time because eventually, if you give them enough time, the human population is going to get all deteriorated, and everyone's going to go extinct. And that's the point. They want people to go extinct. They want to kill all humanity silently. It's a silent genocide.
Okay, so real quick, while we're being, it looks like the debate on SFT must be over because we're getting all sorts of people showing up and coming over. So for the folks who are just joining, I'm working on being able to live stream on Rumble. I need to get to 100 subs. Link is pinned. Click that. Go over, sub on Rumble, please, so I can get up to 100 so I can start live streaming there as well. Obviously trying to prepare. I want to reach the market, the people over there that only do on Rumble, but also want to have the fallback position in case of the, likely inevitable banning at some point on YouTube. Might as well already have the fallback position ready to go. So I appreciate everybody who will go over there and sub real quick and then come back over here. Continue, guys.
Yeah, I think another point that they don't get is just like how really low probabilities actually work as you increase the orders of magnitude. Like I did some rough calculations in my head. For atoms in the universe, it's equivalent to about like 300 coin flips, trying to get them all heads in a row. That'll exhaust all the atoms in the universe. And then for total particle interactions, that's about 500 coin flips. So if every particle interaction was a coin flip and you wanted 500 in a row, you probably wouldn't get it. Roughly like that. And you hear someone like Gutsa Gibbon, they'll say, oh, yeah, well, rare things happen all the time, like people win the lottery. That's a rare thing. But what you can't comprehend is like the lottery is literally designed so people can win. It has like the exact number of numbers that's needed. Let's say they gave you like, I don't know, because in a physical situation, it's not designed, right? It's not designed, it's random. So the amount it takes is arbitrary. And let's say the lottery, instead of giving you like 6 or 7 numbers, let's say they gave you 200 numbers. Would anyone ever win? No, it just won't happen anymore. And that's how it works. Every number they add makes it 10 times more unlikely to win. So if they just added like 20 more numbers, literally no one would ever win any lottery ever again. That's just how things work.
Yeah, you just gotta love the cognitive dissonance when they present this statistical improbability, because they use it when they're talking about ERVs to justify their ERV argument. But as soon as you start talking about abiogenesis, it doesn't matter anymore. The statistical improbability doesn't matter.
I'd like
just
to read,
double think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm done. My bad.
I want to quote one of the most profound statements I ever read from Fred Hoyle. It's in a article in New Scientist called "The Big Bang of Astronomy" back in 1981. He said, actually, biblical miracles have a certain interesting quality about them. I suspect, for instance, that the miracle of the loaves and fishes wasn't written by a rogue or a nitwit, but by a person who had seen or who knew some other who had seen a beached well. Now, wait, I'm not finished yet. And if such an incident happened in the childhood of the author, the later writing of the story would not have seemed to make an unwarrantable serious concession to logic. Now, this is the key. It is quite otherwise, however, with the modern mathematical miracle workers who are always to be found living in the twilight fringes of thermodynamics. He didn't want to say anything good about the Bible. This is 81, but he didn't say anything really bad either. But he said it's a lot more logical what they believe than what the modern day mathematical miracle workers believe. And I just believe that they have thrown mathematics out the window. I mock it with paraphrase of Richard Dawkins, my paraphrase of Richard Dawkins' statement about unbelievers in evolution, and I just simply believe that Darwin gave evolutionists, the mathematically challenged, an avenue to which they can pretend like they're real scientists. Because these guys are all mathematically challenged. They think, oh God, it's only 1 to 200 million chance, 1 in 200 million. Oh, no problem. It's crazy. I mean, 1 in 10 is pretty darn hard.
I've been trying to come up with this argument. So the argument goes, since eukaryotes and prokaryotes split off a long time ago, we would find the single cell that has the biggest genome and compare that to the human. And statistically speaking, they cannot, through random evolution, they cannot arrive at the same codings through randomness. That literally requires intelligence. So I'm trying to find like what is the biggest single cell, and like so we can map their genome and then compare that to the human, because then we can pin them down that way.
Okay, so what you're saying is like, if things can change through mutation at like a normal rate, let's say like the ape ancestor to the human, right, would take this many changes, then you extrapolate that backwards all the way to the prokaryote. There should be so many changes that nothing's in common anymore. Is that like what you're saying?
No, since the eukaryotes and prokaryotes split off like early in evolution, they cannot arrive at the same gene sequences independently of each other. That's literally impossible.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Right? Like, there's been so much time; they should be completely different by now.
Yes, I mean, since they split off, they can't share. Can't share sequences anymore.
Hey, yeah, you know what they'll say though, right? It'll be like the natural selection somehow forces them to be similar for whatever reason.
I know, right?
Hey, quick interjection. Hey, Power Word, you still with us?
Yes.
So, a question for you. So, in your professional training and preceding education, what did you have to learn? Like, at what level of education did you have to learn, like, the fundamentals of computation, machine code, information transfer, all that kind of stuff? You remember where you had to like learn those basics?
Yeah, the basics were, high school. That was just, learning how to code. Back then, it was not nearly as complicated. You're talking about like Pascal and stuff like that. I'm about the same age as you are, so it's like, that was the introduction to coding and information systems. Since that time, I've been about, 25 years in the field now, and I went from, being a engineer that dealt with configuring all these things, and specifically, what I do now is I'm more of a forensic analyst of all the possible things that can go wrong with information systems. So from a network perspective to a systems perspective to an interface perspective, and I have to understand all those inner workings. And then from there, I do what's called packet analysis. So I basically take, every bit of code that's transferred between systems, and I understand what broke. So there's definitely a foundational level. And then, when you get to know more and more and more about how these systems are built and how they interact and the complexities of them, it becomes this elephant in the room where you understand that when you can take DNA and you can take exactly how DNA is today and you can directly port it over to storage systems, it makes understanding, it's a new awe for God and what he can do and how he can create. He takes it a step further. You have networks and interactive systems and code that produce, binary results. He has code that literally creates things. Like it writes out organs. It's just amazing. But yeah, that's a long answer to your question. But yeah, that's
no. I appreciate you expanding on that. I mean, because like to me, when you think about this is what really irritates me about the arguments from like Guileless Engineer and all these other folks. Well, so many of the Evo atheists, right? And they argue about like it's just chemical reactions. And what I'm about to say, I'm sure will immediately resonate with you. But for folks in the audience, there's something called the OSI 7-layer model of information, right? Information systems, and like level, is it level, I always forget, is it level 1 or level 7 is the physical layer? Level-
7 is application layer, 1 is physical layer.
Right. Okay. So the physical, we're talking about like the actual, like the fiber, right? And the hubs and the repeaters and all that kind of stuff, right? That's the physical layer that we're talking about. And then when you're getting up in the application layer, you're talking about, you know, things that are operating with like higher level languages and all this kind of stuff, right? And being the end physical like the end interaction with the human, right? And if I'm missing anything, it's been a long time I've thought about this. If I'm missing anything, please correct me. And there's a bunch of different layers in between there, right? But the Evos are running around claiming that DNA as the physical medium is like negates all the other layers of information. Like, and that's what just blows me away. I'm like, how? And this is why I always get, this is why I get very irritated with people like Mark who claim to be in this industry, right? In this profession. I'm like, you should know this. Like, this should be sticking out to you more than anybody, of like why that argument and that supposed dismissal and defeater is moronic if you have an understanding of something like the OSI model, right? Like, if you understand that, then, and you're going to sit here and claim the physical layer is irrelevant, or it has no relevance to this whole the higher level arguments. I don't know. Do you think is what I'm saying making sense? Number one, and number two, if so, like, does it also stick out to you in relation to like how are these people not seeing this?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I went and kind of went into the iOS software on a switch. That is literally the firmware of a physical piece of equipment. So if you don't understand the most fundamental software that runs actual physical silicone based chips, then you're not going to understand how those can interact. And that's essentially what the 7-layer OSI layer is that you're explaining. It's how you get from an electrical impulse on a wire to an interpreted signal to bits of information that are interpreted in, full duplex. But the thing is, with DNA, it's like you're not just talking about a send and receive signal. You're talking about a cell that can literally pull from each spot within the cell. It can pull whatever, tRNA can pull, whatever DNA strand it needs at the time from any part in the cell, which is like, it's beyond anything that we can do today, when you can actually like store things, not just on a flat disk or in some type of memory module, but in a 363D space, which is crazy. And then on top of that, when you get to the seventh layer, or the application layer, you then write, like, literally physically create. So going from the basic signals, the most basic, what the ribosome would do, to, read a codon and then put that codon onto some type of strand. That's essentially the equivalent of the physical layer, and the next layer, which is the network transport layer, network layer, which would interpret that physical electrical signal. So it mimics it, but you can't jump from, a physical layer to all of a sudden, some type of code interpretation. There's obviously more to it than just there's an electrical impulse and then all of a sudden you have a kidney. There's so much error checking. It's just insane. And then obviously there's even more complexity, where you get like strands that get too tight and then they have to get cut. That's not even like, engineers today couldn't even like fathom how to do that ever with any type of piece of software code. To, we have plenty of 3D printers, but there's no like printer that prints something and then scans it later to see if it's still working. I mean, it's insane how beyond DNA and its function is from anything we know today.
Well, in line with your point about 3D printing, something that I find extraordinarily fascinating is, well, on so many levels, but like the mRNA sequence is the direct equivalent of a 3D print script. Like, it's it's directly equivalent, right?
Yep. Yep.
Then you have in regression to the ribosome is a 3D printer. I mean, that's what it is. It's like the most badass advanced 3D printer that can use 20 different elements. I mean, think about that in relation to like human 3D printers. Like you have a super duper advanced one if it's doing a couple different filaments, right? That are being used to print stuff, right? We can do like some plastics and some metals at the same time. Like, oh my gosh, like miracle! It's the most badass thing ever, kind of thing, right? The ribosome can do it with 20. I mean, that in and of itself is just a mind bender, right? But then, and to your point on the error correction and like the checksums and everything that are going on in relation to this, like there are error correction checkpoints, and if there's a greater than X amount of error, then the 3D printing is just terminated, and like the parts are scattered and then like recycled, and hey, let's go again. Now let's start again and make sure we get it printed correctly. I mean, like, can you imagine if we had a 3D printer, right? That it's printing this little plastic object. Oh, wait, the timing didn't come out just perfect or something, there's a bump on it or whatever, too many bumps. Okay, we're just going to remelt all the plastic on the fly, pull it back around through, another system, get back to the point. We're going to execute the script again. And then we're going to use the exact same plastic filaments that were used before. And then we're going to reprint it correctly this time. I mean, just the code that would be necessary and the parts that would be necessary to pull that off is a mind bender, right? In terms of the like how that could possibly create itself. But that's the direct equivalent to what is operating for the fundamentals of life to exist. And somehow this is all just dismissed. It blows me away in the era of technology we live in for anybody who has any modicum of understanding of the things that you and I are talking about right now to somehow think that this stuff could evolve. Like, really? You think the code for this could create itself? I don't know how to take you seriously at this point, if that's your argument, especially for folks who are supposedly working in coding. I'm like, no, you're nuts if you think this code could write itself through like random chance and your system wouldn't collapse in the interim. No, you're an idiot. You're an idiot if you're making that claim and you're actually a professional coder, or you're just willfully ignorant. Like there's no way around it.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Absolutely. As you get closer to understanding the fundamentals of the complexity of just things in everyday life, and if you're a coder or you're any type of engineer, you kind of can do a correlation here and you can say, oh, wow, there's no way, because it's, it takes me months to write this properly and make it work. And the amount of error correction and, whatever debugging that has to happen is insane. And over time, you just kind of say, hey, you know what? Like, the more I learn about DNA, the more I see the beauty in God's design. And it's funny because Mark will bring up this, like, things are designed terribly. Therefore, there cannot be a creator because things are designed so poorly. But to me, that's like, no, not at all. DNA is so complex. It does have some mutation, and that's where you have evolutionists saying, oh, well, this is how we got everything, was some mutation. So in one aspect, they're saying, oh, this is horrible. This design is just broken. But in the other aspect, they're saying, well, this design is what we rely on for literally everything in life, which is ridiculously ironic. But take it back, right? Okay.
What's really ironic is 3,500 years ago, God told us that, hey, things aren't as good as they were when I made them because of sin. That really explains everything from what their theological argument is explained by God's word, but they refuse to accept it.
Because I haven't read any of it.
Well, one of the things that really drives me up the wall is the whole aspect of like somehow the universal genetic code is proof that evolution is true. And I'm like, what gets me about this goes back to the whole aspects of like basic understanding of coding, right? So when I had my software company, right, we very often we were building like custom web apps and stuff. We would use like the CodeIgniter, PHP framework, Cake PHP, that kind of stuff, right? Those were like hot ones. I mean, they're still hot, but like there were some big names back when I was doing this, right? And a lot of the devs work for me like those systems, right? So we oftentimes were using those frameworks, right? And I'm just like, I don't know how you come to the conclusion that A, the framework created itself, and B, that because a coder used the same framework, that somehow that is evidence in favor of there not being a creator. Like, to me, that it's indicative that it's more likely that there was a universal creator for this thing, on the foundational level. And then it's like, for anybody who's ever used a framework, hello, the whole point of the framework, and this goes back to the whole similarity of like sequences across species and all that kind of stuff. Like the evolutionists are very busy trying to figure out how these like similar sequences could have evolved with no like direct lineage or like the indirect lineages and all that kind of stuff, right? And I'm like, so anybody who's ever been hired to do a code audit and they see like code that is like part of, it's a key component to different key components to like a framework or something, right? They're like, oh, well, that makes sense that that's there, right? Like, why would that not be there? Why would you rewrite something that's a common function from scratch? That's the whole point of being able to use a pre-existing framework. So you don't have to rewrite everything from freaking scratch. Same thing with like, why in the hell would you connect to an API that does X? So I don't have to rewrite the entire thing from scratch, dumbass. Like, Power Word, would you agree with me or disagree with me that like if somebody came in, a code auditor came in and was like, well, I think the fact that they used, X framework or they used Bootstrap for the CSS or whatever, like, I think this proves beyond doubt that it's inferior. Like the code, that people would look at them like, huh? Am I correct or incorrect on that? What
you're absolutely correct. And I can make an argument here that is going to be, I think, directly relating to what we're talking about. So in order for evolution to happen, you obviously have to have reproduction. So in order to have RNA do any sort of translation or transcription, you have to use ATP. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, you're gonna need it. You need
meaningful
ATP.
sense.
Yeah, you need ATP or something equivalent to ATP in order.
So in order for evolution to occur, you have to have a program for the citric acid cycle, and you have to have it integrated into RNA transcription and translation. Those are two extremely complex foundations that have to exist in everything, not just in, monkeys or eukaryotes or whatever. Literally everything that has to evolve has to have those two code foundations at the most base level. And you know what? The citric acid cycle is the most efficient. There is no previous evolution of the citric acid cycle. The way it is today is the way it was from the very beginning. It did not get more efficient. So it's proof of A, great design, and B, what you're saying, there is no reason to recreate something that is that perfect. And it's a foundational code base that is required for everything else.
Yeah, I remember an analogy from Jeanson's book, Replacing Darwin. What he says here is he basically compares a living thing to a building, right? And he says, what would it take for a building to build itself? For one, all direct human participants would have to be removed from the construction sites. No workers, no foremen, no engineers could be present. Instead, some sort of programmed plan would have to be dropped at the site, after which the self-assembly could commence. In other words, the development of a creature is more like dropping a computer chip at a potential construction site, and then watching the chip assemble a power plant, factory, tools, and then connect all the pieces in the correct temporal and spatial order to produce the final product. Actually, the analogy goes beyond this. Cells have the ability to sense and fix errors. The DNA machinery of the cells detects mutations and fixes them. Though the process is slightly imperfect, it is normally extremely accurate. Our computer chip would also have to process the same error detection and correction ability. To make our analogy even more realistic, we would need to take it one step further. The development of a creature doesn't yield a static entity. Adult creatures reproduce. Therefore, a computer chip would not only need to spontaneously produce a skyscraper, it would then need to spit out a second computer chip at the end of the process, which could go on by itself and repeat the process of construction and reproduction. And what you get out of this is like the code would have to be so advanced that it's completely just out of this world. It sounds like a science fiction code in the computer chip that would be capable of doing this. Yet we see this exists in the biological world in every single living system. And it's actually the bare minimum for any living system.
Can I respond as T-Jump?
Yeah,
go role play.
Yeah, sure.
Literally, everybody knows that that is literally what happens when you plant a seed into the ground. It literally does everything that you're saying, and that's just nature, and that's just proof of evolution. Literally, everybody knows this.
Yeah, it just happens. It just happens.
All right, guys. So, quick update on the streaming through the hotspot. So we're coming up on let's see, almost 3 hours, and I've only used 1.5 gigs.
Yeah, that's actually sick. I use way more than that.
Which is pretty awesome, right? So now I had used when I was streaming, doing the review earlier for the first hour, I used almost a gig. No, actually, just over a gig for like, and I think it was an hour and 17 minutes. I was at like 1.16 gigs, and now we've gone for another 2 hours almost, and only use less than half a gig since then. So it seems like doing streams like this type of this style right now that we're doing, right, doesn't actually take that much data, which is freaking awesome. So you could theoretically do interview streams and stuff live in like different places with relatively low data usage.
So
John, I posted a metabolic pathways chart. It's interactive. You can move around, expand it, bring it, make it small, large. I posted a link in both the side chat and also the private chat. But it is absolutely mind-boggling. That's but that's for the metabolic pathways for a cell or whatever. It is just unbelievable the interactions they have to go on simultaneously just to keep us alive.
Well, what gets me about that is for anybody who's done like mapping out of an application and the wireframes and all that kind of stuff and the user flows and everything, to me, like looking at this stuff, like the pathways, I'm like, can you imagine having to map this out for a software application? It would be mind-boggling to try and pull that off, right? And I'm saying it couldn't be done. I'm just saying it would require a heck of a lot of brain power, and it would not be a task for the non-professional with a boatload of experience, right? And somehow the EVOs are claiming that this happened with zero intelligent agency and via pure randomness and natural selection.
Yeah, evolution.
I'm just like, I don't know how you take that. Like, really? I mean, think about that. Imagine if you like removed, like, changed the names, and like just showcase the architecture that was required, and then like brought that up on the whiteboard in with a bunch of devs and said, hey guys, this is like we're going to get out into more detail and explain each one of these, but like, this is what you guys are going to have to code. I mean, people would start puking and quit on the spot, or be like, I'm going to need a raise like right now before I even think about this.
Hey, don't worry, you don't
that's
have
just
to
a fact.
What's really amazing about oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you just leave the thing on the ground and it'll code itself, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you got enough faith. I in this metabolic chart, the one thing you notice when you blow it up and just look at a small section is each one of these junctions there's a chemical, some kind of chemical or different chemicals. So you not only have to put this thing together in the right mapping, let's say, but you got to have exactly the right chemical at every little spot.
Yeah, exactly.
It is just so, it's like the craziest thing I ever saw. I actually stumbled across this chart on one of the, it's one of the little cartoon type videos that this fella does for the Discovery Institute on YouTube. But
that guy's great. Yeah.
I can't remember. It's a very simple name, very sort of cute name. But anyway, and I downloaded it, and then I actually, is that the one? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. if you can blow up each one of those little sections, it'll show you the chemical.
Well,
it is crazy.
It's not just that you can blow it up. Like I'm zoomed way out, and I'm having to like, I'm not even getting to the bottom, right? So like, think about this, folks. Look at this. Look at what I'm doing here to be able to
zoom
just
in so you can see how much details on each.
Well, I'm about to. I just want to like show. Okay, this is the zoomed out view. Okay, now let's zoom in a little bit here. And this is my whole point about if this is what you were having to figure out how you're going to like code all of this for a system that has all these different interactions, you would flip the gourd, man. If you had to like, hey guys, this is what you have to architect and figure out how you're going to code all this and all these paths. Like, what? Huh? What? How long do we have? Oh, well, we're going to give you a long time to do it. Okay. But again, it's like, but huge portions of this, you have to just like, you have to run your code through a randomizer in order to get to the next stage.
Yeah, good luck. And if you mess up, you have to restart from this.
Let's see. That's part one. Okay, so that's part one, metabolic pathways. Part two is cellular and molecular processes. Let's see what this looks like.
Well, that's just part one.
And that comment, right? It has to be right the first time is so true. Evolution can't take billions of years because guess what? You have to evolve in one lifetime. Otherwise, you don't reproduce.
No, man. Okay, let's zoom in on this. So this is the cellular and molecular processes crochet chart. Okay. Ribosomal subunits. Okay.
I'm just gonna hop out already. You died. Right. GG.
Oh, there's splices. There's splices. You say you're bouncing out, Bubblegum? That's crazy, man. All right. Oof.
John, you remember when Dean Kenyon? Have you ever seen that video of a cell animation with all the little machines running around? And shortly into the video, Dean Kenyon comes up to be interviewed or whatever, and his first words are, "This is absolutely mind-boggling." Well, what's amazing about that statement is this guy was a hardcore atheist. I mean, well, not hardcore, but he was an atheist, and he actually developed a graduate textbooks that was used for many years on abiogenesis. I can't remember. Biochemical predestination. That's the name of it. So he was not only a strong believer in evolution, he believed in abiogenesis, that it could occur. But then he got challenged by a student or something. I don't remember the exact story. And he couldn't answer the challenge. And he got to looking and he converted. And I understand now he's a Christian. I read that somewhere. I didn't hear it from him. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that in. I think it's a pretty amazing story.
No, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, another thing with this diagram, this is merely like the coding level. This is merely the efficient causation level, to borrow the Aristotelian term, of the structure, right? This is just the thing in the abstract sense of how it has to function. It doesn't even address the material reality of actually building such a thing with different biological parts. It's not a computer. You have to actually have physical parts that can interact in 3D space. And then that also doesn't even address the intentionality, the form, and the final causation behind it, in the sense that all of this constructs an organism in a meaningful sense, and that nature would have to somehow have the idea to do this prior to even starting the process, right? That this goal exists. That you even have this diagram would have to be drawn out prior to the fact, which is just absurd to think that could even remotely happen naturally.
Just imagine thousands of chemists all mixing chemicals, their assigned chemicals at the same time, and then throwing them all together. It all has to happen at the same time. It just it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, so what John said about having people code this, right? You already have the blueprint. You already have the material reality needed to substantiate this. And even then, it seems to be an impossible task for an intelligent being. Now, let's imagine you have to build this whole chart from scratch, naturalistically, and do all that coding and have the material basis for it. And since this is a biological system, it's not like you have a company go on and buy these things. No, the system has to gather its own materials, build its own tools, create its own power source. It's just absurd.
You know, something else, a sidebar that I've talked about this in the past, but Howard and Dan, you'll probably find this very interesting. You got a lot of, you guys in the audience, a lot of you've heard me go on my diatribes about like the investment that's being placed into DNA-based computers, DNA data storage, yada yada. Well, one of the things that's being directly recognized as a massive advancement is DNA-based computers and data storage can potentially, well, actually can and are circumventing the von Neumann bottleneck, which is a very, very big deal in regards to the advancement of overall computation ability and like advancements in our tech. So, you know, the old adage of, you know, like we're doubling our processing speed, over these years. And well, that's been slowing down further and further because, you know, there's only so far we can go with our the standard architecture, right? Which, by the way, is the von Neumann architecture. It's just been, you know, fine-tuned over the decades, but we're basically running into the limit of what we can do with that architecture, right? So they've been searching for ways to circumvent this and be able to increase overall computation ability, parallelism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, they're now recognizing that this is totally doable with DNA-based computers. And this is why I get so irritated with the geniuses on YouTube who run around claiming like that all the stuff that we're talking about is invalid. And it's like, well, go take that up with IBM. Go take that up with Google, with Microsoft. And all of these companies are investing billions into the next level of computer architecture, who are creating using this mechanism for computation because they're recognizing that this type of computation is being able to be executed in biological systems. Like, go talk to those companies and tell them that they're wasting their capital, and then come back to me. Because unless you're willing to do so, shut the hell up about it just being a chemical reaction if you don't understand the relevance of this.
Yeah, what you have to understand is literally every form of like information that we access basically is physical in some way. Like a book is literally just ink on paper. But does that somehow discount the fact that there's information in that book, that there's a language, that there's something to read, that there's knowledge you can extract from it? No, of course not. What if it's ink on paper? It's more than just ink and paper put together. The arrangement is the information on top of the intentionality required, all of these different things that we've been discussing.
Well, this is why I was flipping out on Mark when he brought up Shannon information and was somehow like arguing that this defeat. I'm like, dude, okay, measurement of the number of bits going through a channel, which that's the original thing he was calculating in his original paper. But then they went on to talk about how that doesn't have anything to do with the meaning of the information that's being transferred, and you cannot identify the meaning purely from just measuring the number of bits. Like he recognized, like Shannon himself wrote papers on this whole thing, and then developed the Shannon Weaver model of communication system, directly accounting for the fact that you have to be able to have the components that can do the interpretation. Like, hello, and then we have. Not just Mark, but so many Evo atheists on YouTube that I've personally interacted with. Some like T-Jump as an example, right? T-Jump argued that there is no difference between the information of two rocks banging together and computer code. He made that argument. And it's like, yeah, if you're only measuring it from like raw Shannon information measurement, okay, fine. I guess you could hypothetically make the comparison. But nobody who is a professional in information theory or information communication and coding theory would laugh in your face if you made that argument. I yield.
It's like the IQ bell curve, you know, or the horseshoe theory of practical intelligence, where you got the normal person who doesn't know any of this, and they're like, obviously two rocks banging together is different from a computer code. And you got T-Jump, who's like in the middle, and he's like, oh, it's exactly the same. Look, it's the same amount of Shannon information. And you got the person who actually knows how information theory works, and they're like, no, these are obviously completely different. What are you talking about?
So T-Jump is such a materialist that when I think this was a debate a while ago you have them, but it was a concept. Is that a physical thing? Yes, because your brain thinks of it. What? Like,
yeah, he doesn't believe in anything abstract.
So literally your interaction with the world is five senses. So everything in that respect is based on your interaction. So it's just ridiculous. And then, but to comment on Mark, as soon as he brought up Shannon information, I knew you were going to have his lunch. And so as soon as you started like rebutting his, I don't even know what point he was making, but as soon as you rebutted it, he backpedaled like so quickly. And he's like, who even brought up this communication thing? Like, why are we even talking about this?
Yeah,
And
they do this all the time.
And it's hilarious though, because when pressed for even the most basic fundamental understanding of communication theory and its reality today, he just can't talk about it. And so it's like, when you talk about our capabilities today in terms of processing, CPU memory, etc., the next phase is exactly what is duplicating or reproducing what this cell does. Right now, if you think about it like this, you write words on a piece of paper. That's a 2D object with two-dimensional information. And in a physical disk, that's the same thing. You're writing ones and zeros in a specific memory bit in a 2D space, and then the computer's reading it. But the cell, everything is three-dimensional. You have an unlimited amount of ribosomes that can literally read as much as they can at whatever rate they can, and then at the same time all the space around them can be filled with information. So our disks today that hold information will become three-dimensional. They're not today, and that's the next phase of the evolution of computing. That's how everything is going to become more efficient, is just utilizing the available space better. And I mean, the size of data centers is going to reduce dramatically just because of that. You'll have so much more capabilities. And it's hilarious though, because it is directly mimicking the amazing design of DNA, period.
John, I have to go, but I really appreciate it, and I enjoyed the discussion. I do have to leave. I know it's early, but I'm still an old man. Y'all take care.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming, Dan. You have a great night.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, your point about the reduction in data storage size. I mean, like right now, I just googled it real quick. Right now, they're saying there's like 1,000 petabytes of data. Oh wait, let's see, a day. Hang on, what's the
It's more
expected?
than that, like, total.
No, it's let's see, it's okay, 2020. It's saying we're at 64.2 zettabytes. Okay, but the most recent one is a pretty recent thing. So count not that much data. They were saying you could store every byte of data on the planet in DNA the size of like what would fit in the size of an average car trunk. So when you think about that, I mean, so you're saying that something smaller than a one server, or like a server rack, right, could store every byte of data in the world? I mean, talk about a paradigm shift in data storage and compression. And this is what blows me away when Dingledouche, Gallus Engineer, talks about how DNA doesn't do data storage, and like what you talk about, like he says it's like there's no data compression and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, it's recognized as like the premier method for data storage and compression, like from a literal perspective. Like you have, at the point you're making power word, like you got the three-dimensional space you can save it in. Like, anyway, I mean, it's like it's recognized by all the big name brands I was mentioning earlier. Like they've recognized this. Oh man, we can store ridiculous amounts of data. This will be the paradigm shift. This is the new game. This is the breakthrough. And then we got geniuses on YouTube running around being like, it doesn't even store. When it's not really data.
It's just Coke and Diet Coke, dude. It's just two rock things.
And with Godless Engineer, it's another example. Like, okay, T-Jump, to my knowledge, does not have a degree in computer science, yada yada. Godless Engineer has a bachelor's in computer science and a master's in software engineering. I don't understand what is his excuse to not be able to see this? Like, I don't understand it.
Okay, I do have one bone to pick with you, LPP.
Okay.
In the last dumpster fire, I made a comment referring to, how there are non-chemical interactions between ribosome, codon, and specifically certain functions of that process. That link I just clicked is it was like a summary of a debate you had with Godless Engineer, and you go into this. If you click on it, you'll see it's queued up to the right spot. If you can present that in the chat, but I paused after I stated that, just because I thought you were going to jump in, because it was like the most obvious opening to destroy Mark at that moment, but it didn't happen. And I was saddened by that. I thought you were going to just take the bait and just go get him.
Well, I was trying to control myself. I remember you bringing that up, and you're right. I probably should have. Let me see what this was. Oh, Flashback Friday. Yeah.
Like, I literally just paused, and I was like waiting for you to get in there.
Okay, here we go. There is no chemical reaction between the codon and the amino acid. It is literally being read. This is a recognized premise in biology, in cellular biology, information theory, that there is literally a read of data being executed by the ribosome. There is no chemical reaction. So to argue that it's nothing but cause and effect, chemistry is absolutely eviscerated at the fundamental of the creation of a protein. There is no chemical reaction between them.
It's ultimately a chemical that goes through different chemical reactions.
Yeah.
You
So
know, it's all
that's like,
chemicals, right?
Well, in line with that, I wish I had. I think I had this clip. Did I have this clip in the opening? I forget. Anyway, this is the hilarious counter to that whole talking point.
So a triplet code with 4 bases covers everything we need here. Okay, we have start codons and stop codons we have to keep in mind, listed here. Okay, and as a reminder, right, in translation, the amino acids are delivered by the amino acyl tRNAs. Okay, so the mRNA does not recognize these amino acids directly. We need the tRNAs that allows this reading to occur.
Yeah, that was from an MIT biochemistry lecture. I don't know what MIT.
Yeah, sounds about right. But remember, guys, biology is horribly designed and therefore isn't designed by an intelligent being. Right? The DNA it's just randomly put together by evolution, actually. It's not perfectly designed at all. It's horribly designed somehow.
yeah. So another question I have, when we're talking about origin of life research, and we're putting together all of these independently horribly designed systems, I mean, there's so many ways you can't get around. Like, Precambrian life had fully developed eyes, right? You got like trilobites rolling around in the mud with fully developed eyes.
More advanced than ours. They have like a bazillion lenses, like a few
Right.
thousand or something.
Exactly. The first eyes are more advanced than our eyes. How? And it's like there's just 30 of these in a row that you could point out in the most early stages of life. And Mark, on the after show, he was like, well, you can't just have one problem with evolution and throw the whole thing out. Well, guess what? There's not just one. There is literally like 3 dozen you could just go through just specifically on the origin of life and how impossible it is.
Yeah,
Well,
eventually you're gonna have to reconcile. Like, a bacteria is more complex than anything we've ever built by like 1 billion times. Not even comparable. Right?
But-
just the DNA
no.
code basis is already better than all our computers.
No,
In such a
that's
simple
just
way.
that's just simple life. I mean, what are you doing? It's single cell life, which is simple life, and they get together and they have a party, and that's, simple multicellularity. And then, initially it was just some simple amino acids that had a party, and that's what became your simple single-celled organisms. You know, just putting that word simple on everything makes it so much easier.
One of the things that always gets me in terms of like the supposed quote unquote simple life, right? The simplest thing is recognized to have like, I forget, I think it's 483,000 base pairs and 300, I think it's 400 and something genes as well. And of those, there's like 21 of them. They don't even know what they do. it's like, hang on. So we have to have how many things that are complete in order for the simplest form of life to work? And then if you try to delete any more of like the fundamental genes that are required, if you delete because they originally deleted all those ones, they didn't know what they did, and then it died, so they had to put them back in. They still don't know what they do, but they had to put it back in order for the thing to live. And it's like, and even then, this quote unquote simple thing still required an environment. I think it had like a symbiotic relationship or whatever in order to replicate. It's like, let's think about that for a second. Like going back to the whole improbabilities. Okay, so for one of these genes, you're looking at a ridiculous improbability. But then you recognize you need, like, say, a minimum of 400 of these for the most simple thing to exist. And at some point, in some way, you have to have all of them in the same physical geographic spot inside of the same freaking membrane to somehow for this quote unquote simple life form to exist. At some point, it doesn't matter how much, I don't care. I give no F's how many years I give you on this. At some point, you still have to have all of these things in the same place at the same time. There's no way around that. At some point, you must have that. Same geographic location at the same time. And
yeah, so
explain this to me, how this is remotely plausible. I'm sorry if you're going to sit here and claim, it's an argument from incredulity. Like, yes, I think it's a completely justified incredulity that you're somehow claiming this is plausible.
Yeah, so like for the amino acids to form the proteins, that's an impossibility. For the codes to form the genes, that's a probabilistic impossibility. And then for the genes to come together to form the organism, that's also a probabilistic improbability. And you would have to just like multiply that together, basically. So you have an improbability that exceeds the number of particle interactions in the universe. And no, you don't even multiply them because you need that every single time compounded. So you're actually taking it to another power of improbability, and then taking that to another power. Right? Yeah, that's the way I'm thinking about it. Because for each of the genes, it requires insert number of proteins. And then for all those to come together as well. That's just a completely ridiculous idea. And of course you should be incredulous. Like, we should actually use our common sense for a second and not just believe whatever they tell us.
So, and add on to that, once you have those three super amazing miracles happen all at the same time, you pop out Luca. And Luca lives in an anoxic environment. And then all of a sudden, you have a bunch of oxygen in the atmosphere. And Luca somehow manages to live in a non-oxygen-based environment. Some people say, like, in the bottom of the ocean near a hydrothermal vent. But then once you have photosynthesis, which is another miracle, all of a sudden you have the atmosphere go from anoxic to what's called the great oxygenation event, which evolutionists cannot explain. And so in one generation, you have to flip the script to breathing something besides oxygen to breathing oxygen successfully, which is, again, ridiculously impossible. But side note on that, the great oxygenation event is where just literally out of nowhere, the atmosphere was filled with oxygen.
Yeah,
all of a sudden. In the Bible, most evolutionists, they complain about the order that God did things. For example, I think day 4, day 5, he created the sun.
Yeah, he creates the plants before the sun.
Correct. So that is a cause of the great oxygenation event. Literally, when the sun was created, boom, all the plants started.
Yeah, they're like, the plants must have all died without the sun. It's like, bro, it was literally a day. You guys have to deal with literally millions of years.
Yep.
So you're saying that the plants were created in order prior to be ready for the sun to hit them and photosynthesis to occur.
Yep, and that's how the great oxygenation event happened, pure and simple.
And think about this for a second. Like, if you blocked out the sun for a day, would all the plants die? No, of course not. They can survive without sun for a literal day. But you know what they can't do? Survive without the necessary conditions for their survival for millions of years. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, you're also arguing that God himself could not have been the source of light.
Yeah, exactly. That's another issue. And then it could be like end of day 3 he creates the plants, start of day 4 he creates the sun, moon, and stars, and that would easily also resolve the issue.
Oh my goodness! How did they survive 11 hours of no sun?
Yeah, I mean, like, that's your best case.
Hey, you know that your plant survives without sun for that amount of time every freaking day, right?
I know, right? It's like when the sun goes down.
Have you thought this through? There's pretty much 12 hours per day, depending on your latitude, where it's dark. So
yeah, you know, at the poles
for most of the year, right? Like, so let's think about this.
Yeah. If you're in the Arctic Circle, those resilient trees up there, in the winter, they have to deal with multiple days with no sun. And they don't all keel over and die for some reason.
So here's my interpretation of Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, which is the original Hebrew. And heavens, in this case, in my opinion, is the 3 heavens, first, second, and third, which are referenced in the New Testament. But I believe those are different dimensions. So God has his own dimension, and he obviously pre-exists everything. He creates a dimension for supernatural things like angels, and then he creates our dimension, which, you know, is physical matter and time, space, etc. So that's, in my opinion, how we get who we are and the organization of our specific dimension. And obviously that invokes the multiverse already, which, you know, science today is just now getting to the point where with, you know, string theory, M theory, it's all pointing to dark matter doesn't exist here, it exists somewhere else, but we can, you know, see what it does. So it's proving that part of Genesis, which is essentially that God exists in another dimension, and that dimension can interact with our dimension. But then in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. There was our form of void. Darkness, and that, in my opinion, is potential energy. And eventually, you know, the word was spoken and light was created. And that is my, I think that's the definition of kinetic energy, not necessarily light for plants, but essentially the component that actually physically produced the matter. So the word was the kinetic energy that actually did that. So that's my own special interpretation.
So it started the movement. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. I would say that the root of what you're talking about would be the initial collapse of the wave functions to cause the movement you're referring to, right? The kinetic energy, like, because as the more we're discovering, right, like everything ultimately at the root level is a freaking wave function, right? It's like it's like, that's it. It's the probabilities of what can be, right? Mm-hmm. And then they collapse into reality. So I've always thought, when you think about Genesis, it's like, and God said, let there be X. And it's like, and God made the wave function collapse into X, right? Like, this is what actually happened. And the external observer is necessary. God is the external observer, and God is the cause of the universal wave function collapse. Like, yeah. That's what we're ultimately getting to. And
you have all these, you have like all these kooky theories that some of the physicists have regarding the wave function. But then when you really analyze it, it's like, no, we've actually had this concept in our heads since ancient times. Like Heisenberg points out, oh yeah, like Aristotle wrote about this in 350 BC when he talked about the difference between potentiality and actuality, and how potentials literally exist in a form and that they become actual. So that's like the collapse of the wave function. So it seems to be like this kooky new thing that's come up, but no, we've actually known about this for thousands of years.
Well, and what in line with all that, what gets me is the determinists want to claim that, you know, quantum theory somehow defeats the need for God and everything, right? And it's like, and completely and defeats free will and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, no, actually, it's showing that the potential is there, but then the actions of the agent, the conscious agent, cause the collapse to actually take place. So there's all these possibilities, and then we get to choose which one becomes real. And when I think about that in relation to, like, what does it mean that God made man in his image, right? To me, it's like God gave us on the micro level the ability to collapse the wave function of our choosing, and to control the outcome of reality, right? And no, we don't have the same power as God, right? We're not creating things from scratch in the same way, but inside of the environment that God put us, we have the ability to do things on the micro level. And I'm not saying that we're gods in the context of God, but we're mini gods, right? In that context of the collapsing the wave functions. And I'm like, I don't understand how you think this defeats free will. Like,
it really doesn't. It indicates free will in a way.
Right, that's my point. Like, here's all the probabilities. God's giving you all these possibilities to choose from. We get to choose. What we choose is what becomes real. But then we argue that we don't have responsibility for that because that was going to be the outcome. And I'm like, what? Anyway, Power Word, I know you've been trying to say something. I'll shut up now. Go ahead.
No, I'll respond. I like where you're going. I think imagers of God means multiple things. Like, for example, we have intelligence. There is not any other sentience in this entire universe that has been discovered. We are it. And God made that very clear in the creation account. And, you know, you have a lot of evolutionists that are like, well, life finds a way. Well, life hasn't found a way, literally, anywhere else. And what are the probabilities of the billions of habitable galaxies? And there is not a single shred of sentient life. But in addition to that, here's a question, right? God made man in his image. So when Jesus was created, and I'm talking about conception, what happened there? The Holy Ghost visited Mary, and what actually happened? I believe that there is a perfect version of DNA, and that Holy Ghost produced that perfect version of DNA. And I think that is God's direct physical image. And then obviously that combined with, you know, Mary's DNA according to her lineage. But there's really no other way around that. I mean, it's not like there was DNA that was taken from anyone else. It wasn't taken from Joseph. It wasn't taken from, it was literally deposited by the Holy Spirit. So it has to be God's literal DNA, because Jesus was a physical person and he had DNA.
Yeah. Well, I feel like you would also have to sort of extend that to the original creation, or Adam and the original animals, because God is literally just creating these, like Adam from the dust and the animals from like the different parts of the earth. That's still not like, you know, a biological substrate. That's just a material substrate, and then he has to impose all the biological elements upon that. And there would have to be a degree of perfection there as well.
Yeah, and I think the original Adam and the case for Jesus being the second Adam, which is mentioned in the New Testament, is supporting your point, which I also agree with, that original creation was perfect in every way, including the original DNA. You know, you good with that, LPP?
Yeah, I mean, I think the only differentiation would be the conscious agent was not the equivalent, right?
Yeah, of course.
That would be the only that was inserted into it would be the only difference. Yeah, because to me, in the context of the perfect DNA aspect, like assuming you have no errors in the code, right, and you have 100% accurate error correction mechanisms, then immortality is a given, short of like having your head chopped off, right, or burned alive and not having enough time to fix the errors and stuff, right? Like removing that sort of thing from the equation, you are immortal. Like there's no reason for us not to be immortal right now, and other than not being able to overcome the errors and having like 100% error correction and no starting errors that have been accumulated in our DNA, right? So that's why I find it so fascinating from the evolutionist perspective. I think this showcases their inability to actually like steelman, like truly steelman the creationist perspective.
Oh yeah, they don't get it at all.
It's like if you have 100% pure code base to start with, like having all these additional variations is not like that big a deal. Like this is not that complicated. So if you have a perfect to start with, if you're full of trash from the beginning, then of course you're like, we defeat creationism. It's like, well, yeah, if you're hybridizing your worldview into the creationist worldview and saying evolution is the fact, like the starting point, and the DNA must suck at the beginning. Well, of course the extrapolation fails. I agree with you completely. Like this is not that complicated. But if it's pure from the beginning, it's not. And you guys, people have listened to me for a while. I've heard me say this before, but I don't understand how, in the era of things like freaking WordPress themes, you can get on Code Canyon and Theme Forest and all this kind of stuff, where you can download a WordPress theme that has 50 different variations built on for the of that theme, and they can be designed for different industries, have different functions that would be active in this version versus that version. You can freaking install it and then like customize, and presto, you have a website that looks, freaking awesome. But you still sitting there on the server because you uploaded the whole, like all the options, right? All the demo content. You could switch it with a couple clicks over to a different variation that from the surface level perspective, and even in the code base, to a certain extent, would appear to be on the phenotype would look totally different, but on the genotype, i.e. the code, would look very, very similar. But like nobody would ever argue that somehow all those different variations created themselves, like just because they were downloaded in there. So this goes back to the whole concept of the kind, right? Okay, there's a kind that has a plethora of different variations already installed. Now, which one gets executed can be and brought into fruition can depend on environmental pressures, all that kind of stuff. But you had to have that template pre-installed. And then again, just because we don't see all the template options, or maybe they are there, we just don't see them because we don't have to read we don't have to actually do a full scale code audit, right? There's no telling what we're going to find. When you do if you have the ability to do a full code audit of a genome and truly understand what it all does, there is no telling what kind of things, evidence in line with what I'm talking about right now, we might discover. We might find all sorts of stuff like that. Like, oh, holy crap. The entire body plan for this new species that finally came to exist, turns out that entire body plan existed in the DNA of a preceding organism. I mean, how would that blow your freaking mind, right? Like, oh shit, the code existed prior to. So wait a minute, the entire code base for this? What? Huh? What? Like, I don't think evolutionists can even comprehend that. I think it blows their mind.
That has literally been proven.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Like, E. coli experiment proves that.
Yeah. If we look at like domesticated animals, we literally know that the breeds of dogs, for example, came from original sort of dog ancestors. And all that variation that we see today exists within the original sort of like wolf ancestor, I suppose we would call it. And we literally know this to be the case. And then their whole argument about kind boundaries, oh, how do you find the kind boundaries? It's just ridiculous because, like, okay, let's say we take Microsoft PowerPoint, Microsoft Word, right? If you go to Word and you make like the most fancy looking document ever, and then you go to PowerPoint, you can do like no presets, you just do the default one. Yeah, they're gonna look pretty similar at that point, right? But that doesn't prove that like you can't differentiate between the two platforms, that they're somehow the same program just because you can blur the lines a little bit. That's just an expression of what they are. It doesn't change that they are still different programs fundamentally, just because there is a variation of Word that looks really similar to a variation of PowerPoint. Like, what is God expected to do? Is he expected to just make the kinds all exactly the same distance apart and all with the exact same size boundary? No, right? That's ridiculous. That's completely arbitrary, and there's no reason for us to expect that should be the case. Rather, we should expect that there is some overlap between some traits because that's just how sort of randomness would work.
Well, what cracks me up about that point is like with Andrew coming, that's why I give him such a hard time on his like refusal to go and learn like the basics of code theory and such and just like programming. It's like he argues over and over again that the universal genetic code and the framework proves beyond doubt that there isn't a designer. And I'm just like, what are you talking about, man? Like, what are you talking about? That does not make any sense. That is the direct contradiction of the rational conclusion of anybody who's been involved in this and the points that you're making. I interrupted you, Power Word. You were about to say something. Sorry about that.
I was just going to prove your point by the long-term E. coli experiment. It's funny because when I hear Kent talk about it, he says, you know, the E. coli are still E. coli, the bacteria are still bacteria, and that's true. But what's funny is this long-term experiment proved beyond a shadow of a doubt exactly what you were saying. You had a specific E. coli family or whatever, and then, you know, decades later, after being exposed to certain predators and, you know, not being able to grow on citrate, all of a sudden, whoops, we have E. coli that can grow on citrate. And the immediate assumption was, well, they evolved the ability. So it's only in hindsight, after they mapped the genome, that they saw that this thing called potentiation actually involved the activation of a genetic background. And nobody talks about this part of the experiment, but it proves that before the experiment even started, before there was ever an introduction of any sort of, you know, inability to grow on citrate and then, you know, removing food, etc., you had a genetic background in the genome that became active. So all of what you're saying of, you know, the different variations in the genome, it's proven literally by a actual long-term science experiment that's still going on to this day. And what does it prove? It proves there was a design that happened before the actual experiment even started taking place. And I would say original design. And it's right there.
Well, and what's interesting about even more interesting to me about that, the point you're making, I agree with you 100%. And there's been other research that has shown that they were able to activate what supposedly evolved in the Linsky experiment. They were able to get it down to like 12 generations to activate the exact same function. And like that, the shortest one they got was 12, but usually within 100 generations, they were able to activate that function. And it's like that point you're making, right? They are the pre-existing capacity. And it's like, so it took you thousands and thousands of generations to pull this off, but other people were able to do it in like have the exact same thing activate in 12 and no more than 100. And you're gonna sit here and claim that your experiment proves beyond all doubt that evolution is true. Like what? And then what amazes me is those same guys like supposedly just like reject these other experiments as being valid. It's like, of course you reject them because it negates your whole point.
Yeah, they
of course you rejected it outright and like, oh, well, that's not the same thing. Like, really? They took the exact same thing and were able to replicate it in 12 generations, max of 100, and you're gonna sit here and claim that doesn't debunk your whole position about this being a quote unquote evolved novel function? Like, come on, man, get out of town.
Yeah, so when they say, oh, creationists believe in hyper-evolution, yeah, we actually do believe in hyper-evolution because God created things with the ability to adapt at rapid rates to the changes in the environment, even within their life points, within their lifetimes, within very few generations, because the design is just that perfect.
Well, and here's the thing. I agree with your point, but here's the thing. We're also discovering that it's not necessarily, the adaptation is not necessarily, and in many cases is absolutely not generational. It's real time.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. With the epigenetic.
Right. So being able to operate in real time and take different existing functions and scramble, and reorganize them to be able to take on a novel threat, like from a computation and a programming perspective, that's wow. crazy advanced tech, right? Like, oh wait, that's what technology companies and programming ventures around the planet are trying to pull off. Like, whoever pulls off being able to do that, I've made this diatribe many times, whoever pulls that off in antivirus software is going to be the richest person on the planet. If you are able to, in real time, be able to create patches on the fly to defeat cyber attacks, you are the richest person on the planet. Like,
Yeah, the
no ifs, ands,
patches-
or buts about it. You will be stupid rich.
Yeah,
I mean,
the patches aren't even like, oh, they just activate. No, they're like pre-programmed to program themselves into existence. It's amazing.
on the fly. It's
Yeah.
a mind bender.
It patches itself.
Sorry, speaking of antivirus software, there's so much discussion about ERVs, and so many evolutionists say, oh, they don't have a function. They're just there. And then that function is now proven. They're not just there. So in addition to what you're saying about the ability to create patches in real time, well, those ERVs, in my opinion, are stored versions of patches. And you might have a virus that has some physical components that are shared with a older virus. And it's my opinion that those ERVs are kind of what antivirus software uses as like a master index of all the total history of different viruses or threats or malware or whatever you want to call it. And so those ERVs, when your body is like literally dying, I'm sure there's some type of mechanism to say, okay, quick, find something that looks like this. And that's when those ERVs become active. And then all of a sudden, boom, you can kind of fight off something that's new, but you're using kind of an old version or a slightly different version that your body has already defeated to accomplish that purpose.
Yeah, whenever SFT brings up the point, it's like, oh yeah, here's an ERV that's so essential, that's literally necessary for reproduction. What's the counter? It's always like, well, the author doesn't actually believe in the author is actually an evolutionist. Yeah, in their conclusion, they say how this affirms evolution. It's like, that doesn't address the point we're actually making. They just divert to, well, the conclusion says this about evolution. They ignore the entire point about ERVs being incredibly functional and in many cases actually necessary for a species to even proliferate.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I've actually listened to some of Donnie's opponents, and when he brings up those points, it literally, well, I think somebody wrote a paper about that. I haven't read it, and I'm too lazy to do so. But let's diverge this conversation to something else, some other evolutionary talking point that has been discussed, and let's ignore this brand new novel discussion point that Donnie's bringing up.
Yeah, and they just carry on with the assumption, oh, what are the odds that these animals just had the exact same viral insertion? When Donnie's saying, there's no way it's a viral insertion when it's literally necessary for the animal to even survive and reproduce.
Yeah, and even if it was a viral insertion, guess what? We all live in the same environment. We're all exposed to the same viruses. So
yeah, that's another valid point.
Well, what's even more funny to me is in this context, they want to claim that the improbability proves beyond all doubt that evolution is true.
Yeah,
but on the flip side, with the improbabilities that are just like orders of magnitude beyond the improbability that they're claiming proves their point, they just dismiss it and claim that, oh well, you just don't understand the math. Like, we're talking about things that are happening simultaneously, and it's like, what are you talking about? Like, you can't claim that improbability proves your position to be true while saying the flip side, which is even greater than, does not negate your position. I mean, it's like, come on. Have you thought this through? Oh, wait, no, you haven't thought this through.
And in this situation, right, in their situation, it's literally not even random. Like, if you have a viral insertion, it's not as random as sort of amino acids just chaining together, which is a literal physical process. In this one, there's an actual environment, as Power is saying, that the creatures are living in. And there's actually like this fixed set of viruses that are more effective at maybe inserting. So it's even the probability is actually more questionable in that case than in the cases we're referring to with the abiogenesis problem, with the eukaryotic evolution problem.
And earlier in the show, you were talking about coin flips in the lottery, and I had a thought, and I'm kind of going on a tangent real quick, but most people don't know that there's the Jewish people have certain temple rituals that they have performed when they had a temple, and they haven't had a temple since 70 AD. But one of those rituals was every year they would put both hands in a bag, and there would be like a black marble and a white marble. And if they pulled up the white marble in their right hand, it meant that the Jewish people were forgiven for that year. Okay, and there was a number of temple rituals they did. So Jesus died on the cross in the year 30 AD, and I can prove that. And starting that year, and this is recorded, there are many historical documents in the Talmud that show this. Every year they recorded this. The priest would put his hand in the bag, and he pulled out a black marble, we'll say. And I'm not using the right terms. I'm just trying to put this into an understandable scenario. So that meant that the Jewish people were not forgiven in the year 30 AD. Okay, they did it again in 31 AD. Same thing. They put their hand into the bag. They pulled the black marble in the right hand. That's 2 years in a row. Okay, now historically, this is true. They went from 30 AD to 70 AD for 40 years. And each year they pulled the same marble in the same hand. And the Jewish nation was not forgiven for 40 years in a row since Jesus was crucified to the destruction of the temple. What are the odds of that?
Yeah. And there's no reason for them to rig it in like the losing result. That wouldn't even make sense, right? Correct. And then also add on the fact that it is true that they were not forgiven. So that just makes the argument even stronger.
Yeah. And one other thing. So Daniel chapter 8, verse 14 talks about the exact duration that the temple was going to be desecrated. And it is literally exact to the day from the Jewish month Kislev 15 to 3 years later, Kislev 25. It literally says 2,300 evening and morning sacrifice, or 1,150 days. And Daniel was written in 500 BC, referring to an event that took place in the year 169 BC. So literally 400 years later, to the day, which that is supernatural. And that's more proof, that atheists in general can't even comprehend. It obviously wasn't written that far beforehand, but we found it in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were, written about the same time. So anyways, just a couple little known facts that prove the supernatural odds in God's favor.
Yeah. More W's, always winning.
Yep, I would definitely have to agree with that. Okay, so I'm going to wrap up here in just a couple minutes. We're coming up on 4 hours. Good grief. Okay, so looks like 3 hours and 50 minutes only took 1.76 gigabytes. It's pretty freaking awesome. That's pretty legit right there.
Especially this last part's been taking almost none, right? It was mostly at the start.
Yeah, and you've only roboted once for 10 seconds.
Oh, really? Okay. That's fantastic. So yeah, I mean, obviously there's probably more variables if I have additional cameras and stuff going. If I'm trying to do live interviews, that's I'm gonna have to do another test with try it out a little bit. But I would imagine that even if I have to reduce it down to only one camera feed, that obviously there's gonna be more, it would take more data, but it should be totally doable. Because let me do an internet speed test.
Do you get throttle at a certain point?
Well, with my plan right now, I've got 40 gigabytes.
So yes,
And
definitely.
so yeah, there's a throttle, but depending on, like, obviously the vast majority of my streams would not be done using the hotspot, right? So if let's say I would try and do, like, you know, once a week or a couple times a month, go do like a live on the street type like stream, and for a couple, like 2 hours. I mean, even if it takes 10 gigabytes, like, okay, like, sure, what to do? It's not because I don't use it for anything else. Because like that 40 gigabytes is only for tethering. I have unlimited high speed data directly to my phone. It's only the limit is only on hotspot. So I'm not really too worried about it.
I bought a Starlink RV version, and it's not too bad. It gives you like generally about 150 meg up and down, and you can be, you know, wherever you want to be as long as there's not a lot of trees. But it was like $130 a month for that.
Yeah, I looked into Starlink. I thought Starlink was pretty badass, and then like the waiting times, and everybody was talking about it, and it took forever to arrive and stuff.
Well,
So
RV is available right now. It's the home that's not available.
Yeah, you know, I read about the RV stuff. I think it's pretty badass. I've really thought about, when I was working on my little stealth camper truck, I had looked into getting the RV version for Starlink, and I think it's pretty dope. But getting 150, because like right now, let's see, what am I getting right now? Earlier when I was testing it, let's see. At one point, like one part of the spot in the park, I got like 460 something megabits per second download speed and like 100 and something upload. Where I'm at right now, let's see, and that was on my phone. Like right now, I'm doing a non-wired tether, so I'm just doing the hotspot, but not like USB plug-in. I'm getting 42.9 download and 34 upload, which is, I mean, that's not bad.
What's your actual signal strength?
Pretty good. Looks like I'm pretty full.
Good amount of upload.
But I was less worried about the download speed and more of the upload speed, right? And but like I know, like I've done streams before where as long as I have like between 5 to 7 megabits per second upload, I'm being able to do a lot of stream, you know. So like obviously if you got 35, you're good. Like you can now. It needs to be, what's the consistency level, right? And the other thing I'm gonna have to test is if it's faster if I do a direct connect, a direct tether versus just like the Wi-Fi. And I'm assuming it would be slightly faster, because if I could get the speed I was getting on my phone. Let me do a test on my phone and see what happens. Let's see. Whew. Okay, yeah. So right now on my phone, I'm getting 394, 420, 427, 430. Okay, so I got 441 megabits per second download speed, and upload is 55.
Is it a different provider? That's crazy. That's
a lot. How do you get that much upload? Like my ratio is trash. I'm like a few hundred download and like 1 upload.
Yeah, so yeah, like I said, I'm on T-Mobile, and directly on my, that's why I'm saying I need to check out what it's like if I tether directly, because if I could be getting, I mean, just doing the connect to the hotspot, I'm getting 42 download, 35 upload. So actually my upload's pretty freaking awesome. Yeah,
and it's also T-Mobile hotspot.
Yeah, so I have I'm doing the hotspot on my phone.
Gotcha.
And the other thing, to your point on like the 40 megabits or the 40 gigs limit, I have another line that I got for free, because I was a Sprint customer for like 12 years, and they gave me like a free line. So I have another phone that the phone I have for is my Note 10, which is not 5G, which is very annoying. But if it got down to where I needed, like I was doing this on a much more regular basis, like out in the field, you know, I could just get another phone that's 5G capable and put it on that line, and that would give me 80 gigs of hotspot internet to go use wherever I want, you know.
What
And
university are you going to first?
well, I've got Vanderbilt right here. Like Vanderbilt from where, where I'm parked right now is, I mean, I could walk 3 blocks and be in the dead center of Vanderbilt University from where I'm parked at this current moment.
What's going to
And
be your first topic at Vanderbilt?
I'm thinking. Well, here's the thing. Here's why I'm strategizing right now. Okay, so like Vanderbilt kids come to Centennial Park all the time, right? Because it's literally across the street from Vanderbilt, right? And I'm thinking that you set up. Plus, there's like all sorts of like festivals, like music stuff, and then just people. There's like a huge in front of the Parthenon replica. There's this gigantic field, right? And people come and they're playing frisbee and all this kind of stuff. So what I'm considering doing is buying some banners. I got a little pop-up tent, they're like our canopy. Set that up and then put the banners around and be like, come join the debate, yada yada, and have different ones. So like, does God exist? Creator evolved? Maybe do like an abortion one, I think. And I think that it would not take very much to gain virility to the university to get people to come over to challenge. That's what I think. And
yeah, content.
Right, you just do it a couple times, like show up a couple weeks in a row, and like just post up. I think that I think it would gain awareness, at least on the local level, of people wanting to come over and like enter the fray, almost by default.
Bro, I'd love to try to see like an actual evolutionary biologist at their own university do the debate. That'd be amazing.
Well, and here's the other thing I'm wanting to do: macro view. It's part of the reason I'm thinking about doing the live stuff, like out in public. Is macro view something I really want to do is convince a venue, either raise the capital to just rent a venue or to get like a mega church, like one of the mega churches here in Nashville, and it's, the same logic applies in other cities too, but to allow you like to use their facility, but then like do a crowd fund for like a billboard campaign. And get some big names to who'll come and like do the debates on have one on creation, evolution, basic philosophy, cosmology, that kind of stuff, right? And then do a billboard campaign across a decent sized metro like Nashville, and all the people, because people underestimate the fact that people ultimately at their root consider the premise of like, how do I exist, right? And there's all these conversations happening online and in academia and all that kind of stuff, but like it's not being brought aggressively to the general populace, right? So I'm thinking like you're driving around town and it's like, does God exist? Come find out XYZ day at XYZ spot, right? And I think just through osmosis of like that baseline marketing, you could get ridiculous amounts of people to show up.
Yeah, this is a good year. This is a good year because there's a lot of like right-wing religious energy right now.
Do it at the Parthenon and just be like Paul, where he was like, busting on the goddess Diana, the Ephesians. Can be the same way at the Parthenon. That's like to Athena. Just
that's the point. And there is in Centennial Park, there's actually multiple stages like that are built in, like physical. They're not just like temporary, like they're built in, that you can rent for like from the city for like I think it's like $50. Like the reserve fee, and I thought about using one of those at some point too. It would be fun. I
support that. I'll throw you $50 for that.
To drive that in. Yeah. Like it's like getting paying for the space for something like outdoor when is not that much. It's like the promo, that's where the money comes from. That's why I'm saying you like do a crowd fund and, raise a couple $1,000. You could easily promote something like that to a lot of people, and just play the basic odds of lots of folks showing up and, gaining virility on the macro view. And
can you have a panel, like a remote panel that you can like phone a friend or whatever in the background?
That'd be great. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but
back there.
I mean, heck yeah. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff you could do. I mean, I thought about something else. I thought about is like with Nashville being such a like ridiculous tourist town. I've thought about turning it into not the only thing you do this with, like having another concept where it's like the debate zone, and different people can come and like enter the fray. Like you could enter the competition and like put money on the line for like who gets the most votes from the audience to win, and like moves you on to the next round, and like let the layperson come in and like try to argue their position. I think that would bring so many philosophers and like people like us that interact with the internet and stuff, like, oh yeah, I'd love to come to a spot and like, of course you live stream all this stuff too, right? But like you get to actually come in and enter the competition to try and be the last man standing and let the crowd determine the winner. Man, I think that could be a huge draw.
I've always wanted to see Donnie like throw down and have to like muscle up on somebody. So make sure like he's in there.
Yeah,
like,
Ron Matt literally starts fighting them.
That, yeah, crowdfund that because that's where the money's at.
Yeah.
So Curiosity Gold looks like he's testing his right now. He says he got 150 down and average was 81 and upload was 34. Interesting.
Yeah, well, pretty big variance.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've tested the 5G in different spots around town, and one of the reasons I'm thinking about Centennial Park, obviously just from like what it is, the location, the background, all that kind of stuff, but also there's nothing nothing major blocking the signal. And what cracks me up about like 5G is if I go downtown to all the skyscrapers, it just plummets. It just sucks. Like you're getting like 3 or 4 megabits per second upload, 17, 18 download. And it's like, so in the spot where theoretically you would have the greatest use, it sucks. In the places where you have, still you want to use it, but less demand, you have awesome.
That's just like a physical reality, right? It's not
well,
like
the 5G, you need an uninterrupted direct line. I mean, like, hello, this is not going to work in Skyscraperville.
Yeah, it's just life, Things just don't work out.
That is true. Okay. All right. Let's call it a night, guys. Appreciate you all very much for joining us. You guys got any last words before we call it a night?
I appreciate you, LPP. You're doing great. You're doing God's work. Don't forget that.
I appreciate that.
All right. Yeah, I'm excited for what's to come. Let's wrap this one up.
Right now, well, everybody in the audience, thank you all very much for sticking out. All the members, all the people supporting, super chats, and just the general conversation. Hope everybody has a good time or had a good time tonight. Hope you come back again soon, and hopefully we will be able to be getting some super fun on the street stuff here in the not too distant future. But as I always say at the end of these, make sure whatever conclusion you reach, make sure it is the logical, plausible, and probable one. Otherwise, you are not being very rational about something as fundamentally important as your very existence. Have a good night, everybody.